Truth UnCONPromeyezed show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine and shut. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking, showing so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is July 28th. We have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 17 in our series. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me hit record, because I'll be the main one with a little attitude.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let me bring sis in. Okay, so we're actually on episode 17 in our series, The Age of Aquarius, with Brother Odel. So if this is your first time joining us in the series, I highly encourage you to go back to the beginning. The purpose of this series is a couple folds. Number one, to really explain what the concept of the Age of Aquarius is from a metaphysics standpoint, and also from a technology standpoint, how it ties into a reset. Okay. We just went over so many things with this series so far. We tied it to resets in the past and linked that with history. So now, we don't know I don't know where Brother Odel is going to go. So last week he was getting back on the spiritual side. So he has some more follow-up that he's going to do this week as well, if time permits and he's able to join us. Brother Odel is our cousin. I call him our cousin from the UK. So he is gracing us with his presence, sharing this information with his American cousins. Okay, so shout out to Brother Odel. All right, so before I get started, let me just again send a shout out to Brother Tavis Sanders, Soul of a Warrior. That's our cut over here. A lot of people love that song, so you did a great job on that. So thank you for allowing us to use it. It is really, really appreciated. Okay, so before I get in, bring on my co-host, let's send shout out to our YouTube chat family. So shout out to Sis Tanya. She's early in the building. Shout out to son Scotty. You know he working. You know that baby working, making his little coins. You know he done moved into his new little place. So he got to do what he got to do. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to Sis Tanya. She was early in the house tonight. Shout out to Angela. Shout out to Black Love 777. Shout out to Alicia. That's Brother Sean in the chat. Am I missing anything? Sis Sandra in the chat. Shout out to Kashiva in the chat, and shout out to Jay Noel, and then shout out to all of the YouTube family that's in the audience and that are joining us. Okay, so of course y'all know how we do. I'm gonna bring on my co-host, and then we're gonna go over go ahead on with the fuckery, and I have a couple follow-up items with the fam. And then when Brother Odel gets in the house, we'll get busy and turn it over to him. So let me bring on my co-host and hostess. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay. Let's see here. There you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda, and to the family and Brother Sean. And shout out to Brother Scotty.
Yeah, that baby working. Right, that baby is working. Bless him hard, him working. I know, ain't he so precious? I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, he better work.
That's right.
Every dime he gets.
I know, right? That's right. That baby working. So, you know, aunties over here understand. Ain't nobody trying to stop you from your bag, baby. We get it. So how you doing, sis?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Same here for yours.
Girl, somebody in the comment section said
Already.
Girl, they said that you be egging me on. I'm like, yeah, she do. She know just what the fuck to say.
Well,
Get me to
y'all
go in the
know.
scarf moment. I'm like, yes, she do.
Wait a minute. There's so much junk going on
But
this
child,
planet.
we be needing to bring the auntie and unc out. Cause the level of fuckery and the foolishery, it is what it is. Let me bring on Brother Sean, cause I know y'all got a bunch of go ahead on with the fuckery, child, and pause this little camera and get my little chapstick back on again, cause I feel the crunchiness on my lips coming on based on some fuckery coming up. So let me bring on Brother Sean.
Alrighty.
Okay. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. What's
and
good,
love, brother?
my beauties?
Hey.
Y'all good?
We good. How you be?
I'm good. Loving it.
Okay, good. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Good to hear you, Brother Sean.
Hey, sis, what's going
I
on?
always love the company.
Wait a minute, Brother Sean. Did you catch sis? She was showing her ass last week, Brother Sean. And
I caught bits and pieces. I caught her. I'm like, okay.
Child, it wasn't even me. I just added on the extra, but she was the initiator. I'm just saying.
Acting all innocent.
Right, don't she? But wait a minute.
Yeah.
For the billions of
Very
motherfucking years we've been on the air, I've been with my motherfucking different color scarves in this bitch swinging, scarves twisting, locks swinging. She's sitting back being all innocent and feminine. And I'm like, fuck you fuck you over in the back. Who's next? And she...
Right.
And then she been jabbing the whole time, getting in the silent ones.
You know, my sister used to tell people, you need to watch her. She's the silent one.
Yeah, those be the deadly ones.
Those
Those the ones you sit up and talk shit to a shy person. Bitch, I'ma fuck you up after school. Y'all remember them hoes? Bitch, I'ma fuck. You know, the bow-legged hoes that didn't have no motherfucking hair. Had that motherfucking rag ass rubber man on and they ponytail was that motherfucking short. Always one, bitch, I'ma fuck you up. Talking to the quiet one with the little glasses. You know, they bring their little lunch.
Yeah.
And you know, it's either gonna go down either on motherfucking playground time or after school. And she whooped that whore from the front to the back to the side. We like, ah!
Yeah, you know, that happened to me many times in school. It really did.
Don't be sleeping.
I wouldn't cuss them or nothing. I said, okay, I'll meet you after school.
Right.
Where you want to go? You
gonna threaten somebody because you bow-legged. And you ain't got no motherfucking hair. Whore, you can get it too.
But I mean, they really thought because you didn't say anything that you don't mean anything about who you are.
That you ain't about your business. Right.
Yeah, you know, and that's the challenge that people seem to have with quiet people.
Yeah.
You know, especially, you know, men. Oh, here I go. You know, they think that because
get ready, Brother Sean. Go ahead.
just because you're quiet and you say, okay, no problem. Okay. But
and that's when they dumb ass should be scared.
They should be.
That's when you should be real fucking scared. I'm like,
okay. They should. You know what?
Okay, nigga, you need not go to sleep when I say, oh, okay.
Well, you know, when I'm talking, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I used to say. As long as you hear me talking, I'm all right.
See, Unc Sean know the deal. When we ain't cussing you out, I asked your ass to do. You know you good. We nagging, but we was like, oh, okay. Oh shit, what she finna do next? Motherfucker can't go to sleep. Sitting up like, now, you hungry? I don't want to eat. Bitch trying to poison.
No, mine went deeper than that. Don't go to work. I'll be gone.
Child, let me tell you something, baby. My friend, I'm telling you, we grew up with some gangster auntie them.
Mm-hmm.
My friend mother didn't play. It was got ready to leave her old man. He was showing her his motherfucking ass.
Mm-hmm.
He took that ass to work. She had that U-Haul swing up in that bitch. She took everything out of there. Didn't even leave a man a roll of toilet paper to wipe his ass. We hollered. Don't nobody be trying to play. See, now that move, she didn't just wake up overnight and rent that motherfucking U-Haul. That means she had to prep to get first month, last month deposit. Exactly. If you got a motherfucking pet deposit, find a motherfucking place, get the baby's school records to transfer. Motherfucking shit been calculated. See, you've been left 6-something motherfucking months ago. Let's be clear. You've been left.
Yeah. You know, because it's only fair, right? It's only fair. You'd have been cussing folks out for the last 10 years.
Chelsea, you're so patient. Because you don't get that sometimes. Out of me. You're not finna get no motherfucking 10. You lucky if you get a year, nigga. You better blink and walk correctly in this bitch to get that year, because my nerves is bad. No.
Yeah. And then he had enough nerve to call and said, I knew something was wrong. Something told me it was wrong. So I just called him to check. Yeah. He should have known it was wrong 10 years ago. She just kept on.
But he thought, people be thinking you finna still put up with they bullshit, though.
Yeah.
They really be thinking you finna, like I said, I'm a show me type of woman. Nigga, I ain't got time to play with you. Oh, okay. All you gonna hear is, okay. Ain't no negotiate after that motherfucker, okay? Let's be clear. There's no negotiation. No negotiation.
My daughter said ghosting is not very nice to do.
Shit.
But I don't call it ghosting when they did all the talking for all those years and you did all the listening, and then it's time to go.
That's what she calling ghosting.
Yeah, but you just walk out and don't say nothing.
But I've been giving you warnings, and you thought I was playing with you, though.
Exactly. And see,
so that's not ghosting.
No,
ghosting is we were, lovey-dovey, everything is good.
Oh, thank you so much for clarifying that. Go ahead.
And then I just wake up one day and I'm not around no more. No. That's ghosting.
That part. Yep.
But motherfucker, if we've been going through and you think somebody in this bitch playing with you, because you think that we in love and I'm supposed to put up with your bullshit.
Yeah.
No, okay. Like I said, okay. Consider yourself motherfucking left.
Exactly.
Ain't no negotiation. I don't give a fuck what you try to buy. None of that. And you better not buy that shit before I leave your monkey ass, because you ain't getting it back.
No reprieves.
Shit.
No reprieves.
Animals, everybody going.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I wish I had reached out and took my comic books with me. They worth a fortune now.
Girl, yeah, you shouldn't have left that. Girl, fuck that. You leave them dirty ass clothes. Shit. His doodle stain ass drawers. Them funky ass boots. That's what the bye. I'm up.
Yeah.
Or either you getting put out. One of the motherfucker two. But if you want to act like you don't want to go, bitch, don't ever feel you got me trapped. Oh yeah, you. Oh, okay.
Oh, trap.
Okay.
I own you is what I heard. I own you.
See,
I paid.
See, family. I be trying to be nice. You paid.
Yeah.
See, that's why I can't do it, y'all. I would have called a case, nigga. What?
Yeah. I just offered to give the money back.
You did what, nigga? What?
I offered to give the money back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did. I said, I'll give you your money back. No problem there.
Punk ass.
But seriously, some people have the mouth,
Yeah.
and they want to show their backside with their mouth all the time, and think that people are quiet, and therefore, I can
That you
push
can
them
walk
around.
over. Yep.
I can push them around. I can talk to them like they got two tails, two heads. They stupid, retarded,
Yeah.
and but
Taking
that's not.
advantage of people.
Yeah, and that's not how a relationship is supposed to go.
No. And I think people, and it goes both ways. Don't get us wrong. We ain't sitting up here saying that some women don't be on some slick shit either. Because, we done seen it work both ways.
Yeah,
and then that, bitch want to come over and smoke and drink because old man. Well, bitch, wasn't you hoeing? I mean, don't you have a side dude? Didn't you fuck up this man's money? I mean, so what the fuck you over here crying for? You knew you was gonna get left. So it works both ways.
It
So,
does.
bottom line, ain't nobody got time to be sitting up here playing with nobody else's bullshit.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's true.
Because we're not mandated to be together. Let's be clear. We are not obligated and mandated to be together. Either the shit gonna work or it ain't.
Right.
Shit.
And this, they said it was the welfare state that made the people leave, the family break up.
Child,
Really?
well, let me go on and put this chapstick on. Continue, sis, because I'm gonna go in and gone.
Yeah, but really, it's the fact that their idea of family don't match. One wants to have everything, the white picket fence and the house and the children and the bicycles, them out there in their wagons playing. And the other one wants to do something else. So when you don't match, and it
It's
continues,
over. Right.
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
And it continues.
Right.
So, so it's really, I don't think the welfare state did that. I think it helped close chapters.
Exactly.
Yeah, it closed the doors for abuse and neglect and cheating and all that kind of stuff, because I guess back in the generations, the woman really took a lot from the man.
Because they didn't have no choice. If you stuck with all of them babies and women didn't have careers, because that's what you were expected to do. Get married and have children. And then if you had a piece of shit of a husband, you were stuck. Okay? And not to mention, let's say that, you did stick with this piece of shit because you didn't have no choice but to stick with this piece of shit. He's liable to walk off and go make a brand new whole ass family. So the whole idea that welfare took men out of the home is fucking laughable. That's first of all, because that's not what the data says. Second of all, let me tell you something, you broke motherfucker. If a welfare check can replace you, nigga, I didn't need you. Do you understand me? You're telling me that a poverty check replaced your broke ass? You needed to be gone. You absolutely needed to be gone. Well, wrong fucking argument with me, boo. But I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I heard that. There was some America's Voice, Real America's Voice. I think it was a melanated man who said that. It was the welfare that made, the house, the melanated homes be broken. But really, if things were good and it was going well, I think that a lot of people wouldn't have left. But our men that I saw felt entitled. I own you and all this kind of stuff, and I'll be back, and they just want to lie and cheat and gamble and drink and have themselves a good time like they still single.
Right.
And I think that's what they do even now.
Yeah, it's still going on. Everybody wants to, quote, be in a relationship, but your tendencies are single. That doesn't make sense to me. Go be single, sus. Go be single, bruh.
Their tendencies are biblical.
Yeah, a lot of them, once you get married, you have to stay forever. But my biblical part is God is love. If there's such a God, the universe is love. So if the universe is love and you're not showing love, why should I be with you?
Because
I have
you're
everything
supposed to forgive and forget.
Yeah.
Well, they say turn the other cheek. When you run out of cheeks, you really run out of cheeks.
I'm just saying, according to the Bible, you to be a good Christian.
Shit.
Once you said till death do you part, God damn it, you supposed to die.
You supposed to die in this relationship. Yeah, motherfucker, one of us gonna die. Shit, you with this motherfucker 357, cause bitch, you got me all the way fucked up. And second of all, I'm not no Christian. You going to hell with gasoline drugs on, nigga. Let's be clear. I ain't doing none of that. No. I don't give a fuck. You knew all of that before we got together, that I wasn't for your fuckery. But see, you thought that I was playing with you because you want to play house with a sister. Nigga, you're out. Get the fuck out. I ain't leaving. All right, then. And I ain't going to tell you my move. Oh, okay.
I was thinking this week, and I remember, what's her name? Oprah Winfrey had a show on about, if you leave me, I'll kill you. And women in that day didn't take it seriously that their men were talking really truth, that if they couldn't have you, nobody else was going to
or the fuckery psychology games. Don't nobody want you. You got those children, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
Nigga, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck who don't want me. You ain't gonna have me. Shit, fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah, because there was no value left in the person who does that to you, man or woman.
What's the point of being together?
Exactly.
What is the point of being together? That's why when we get up here and we talk about how serious it is having children with people, getting into marriages, because marriage is still a business. Let's be clear. These things are serious matters.
Yeah. And you don't take it lightly.
You don't take it lightly, but let's be clear. Nobody should be putting up with fuckery, abuse in any form. Exactly. It's not working. It's not working.
Right. And so that's where I come to the fact that welfare didn't break up the family.
Sis Nonia says, quote, I'm an ex-welfare worker and men didn't have to leave. They just needed to be added to the case.
Exactly. And somebody said, the guy challenged you that the women got on welfare and then put him out and all. No. Maybe that woman did, but it was reasons that
I would have been that woman. Let's be clear. They speaking on me. I gotta walk down to the motherfucking stamp office. And get that poverty check, nigga. You ain't gonna be burping, farting, and scratching off of that. I can guarantee you that I would be that woman. Your ass is gone.
Well, the men use the welfare to not work and advance the family. That's another part of the contract.
Again,
you're supposed to take care.
That's not the men. That's males. And little boys.
Right.
The little boys, yes. Well,
right. The little boys. Absolutely.
Yeah, the little boys. The little boys.
And they out of all people, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck and what kills me though, y'all, these old niggas running that game.
Oh yeah. They still do with
I'm
young
like,
girls.
Bitch, you 179. And you think you finna run your line of bullshit on me? So that tells me your stinking ass have children that you didn't take care of. Who the fuck you think you talking to?
Exactly.
I mean, truly, who you think you talking to? Those are little boy games.
Yeah, it's true. And the female is attached to the child and to the children so completely most times that she's not going to leave her children. But the male, the little boy, will walk away from the children and the woman.
Yeah, that's why it's important to be very selective who you have children with, and that's for the men too.
Right.
That's for the men too, because don't be hollering up there talking about some she for the streets, talking about how her body parts done enticed you. And now you stuck because your babies ain't being taken care of. She trifling this, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6, and 7. You supposed to know all of that before you procreated.
Yeah.
It's serious. It's serious business out here, people.
Yeah, it is. Because like Oprah Winfrey show showed that when the man said he'll kill you, they usually did. So, and that's not even where they should go if they loved you in the first place.
That's
when
the
they
same with women. Women threaten to kill.
And that's wrong. So that's not the partner for you.
Yeah, that's not right, ladies.
No.
Although I'm not saying I don't motherfucking understand. But I mean, you can't be putting your hands on them either, because me and her call the police on your ass and get you locked the fuck up. And I mean, it is fair game in their defense. And now you didn't call the little case, and that's on your little job record. So don't be putting your hands on nobody, huh?
I'm telling. I'm telling.
You got a right to tell. I'm gonna be mad than a motherfucker.
I'm calling all them people.
Wait, I'm gonna be sitting in the back of the motherfucking police car like this.
Yeah, you be the first one.
She hit hard too.
Right, wrong as fuck.
She hit hard too. That shit hurt.
And I'm being in the court trying to justify, but Your Honor, ma'am, did you take out the weapon and threaten the man? Well, see what? No, Your Honor, I got it here going on the phone. These rag-glass phones. They record everything. Ma'am, is this you? Well, yeah, I guess it is.
So, I feel for my life. I feel for my
life.
Y'all,
literally, y'all, it's always a story. This dude, side chick,
oh Lord,
had busted him with another girl, a woman. So she pops up over his house unannounced. I don't know why. You the side chick. So she got in her little feelings. So now his raggedy roach ass telling this story. And so she popped over his house. He wouldn't open the door. So she does that peep in the window. Yeah, I don't know, women, how y'all do peep in the window. Oh, so this motherfucker gonna ignore me. So he had his classic car in the driveway. I don't know, child. He said what kind of fucking car it is. I don't remember. Child. She went in her car, got something, and fucked that man's vehicle up. So he still didn't come outside, and that was smart. He took her ass straight on the court. And I was like, ooh, shit. And they made her ass pay. And his roach ass, but I mean, he was, roaches can be correct sometimes too. And he was correct in this case. So he was like, yeah. And I had took pictures into the little court and showed the judge how clean my motherfucking ride was. And the judge was like, and it was a man judge, that's a beautiful ride. You're right. And she had to pay all of that money back to get his motherfucking ride. Exactly. Get his ride fixed up and added on distress. She got it. So, sus, don't do it, girl, because these niggas gonna hit you in the pockets now, baby, and your freedom. So just
Yeah.
go on and, get on in your little vehicle, take a little drive, put his ass out, or you leave. Don't be putting your hands on nobody, because they
Or
calling
their
the
stuff.
cops to fuck on us now.
Right.
Well, nowadays these people have changed tremendously, and they settle arguments with killing each other. So really, just I just reading a story of a young lady married her man, and he killed her on their honeymoon, and she was beat to death so bad that they couldn't even send her body back to the States. So I'm like, what kind of love is that you do that on a honeymoon? That means you didn't love her in the first place when you married her.
I just
So-
can't with people, sis. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
No, I mean, you're right. It's just like, why do you bother?
Right. I don't understand the point. If we're in a relationship, whatever, and we supposed to be in love. If I have to throw the love in there.
I know.
If we're nasty to each other, if you're not giving me the same energy you were giving me before, I'm not talking about the relationship you get used to each other and, you're comfortable with each other. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, when something is up.
You
know.
should.
And I don't know about men, but women, we know.
Well, we know.
You should.
Okay, I see. I
Do
can't
you do?
speak for y'all. I can't speak
Oh,
for
you
y'all.
can't.
But men,
Well, at least
we
I
know.
I
Okay.
do.
Yeah, you can peep game. And you like, okay, something's changed here. And I'm finna watch a little more closely. And it's finna be ass out for you. And all of that's okay. Don't get me wrong. If you ain't feeling me a certain way, let's just be adults and chop this shit on up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, you're not being my friend. Let's be clear. You're not being my friend. Because I don't get into relationships. I have to be your friend first. If I don't fucking like you, I ain't fucking with you. Part. I've always been like that. So if at that point you're not being my friend, this isn't about the relationship, your attention is somewhere else, go be happy.
For sure.
Be an
For
adult. What's the fucking big deal? I just don't understand the unnecessary drama.
No.
Aren't happy.
Yeah, Dash says is their life insurance policy. Yeah, but life insurance policies don't pay like that when you just kill them when you just married them.
No, because they gonna investigate and you ain't finna get shit.
Yeah, except for jail time.
Right.
So so I was thinking about that too. That crossed my mind too. It may be in the case too when it's all said and done, but that guy has to be really stupid to think that he can kill a person on their honeymoon and get insurance money. And he had his hands on her too. So
I just don't understand that. But what was you finna say, Brother Sean? You was about to say something. You was like, cause people something.
Aren't happy with themselves.
I agree.
People need to heal.
That part.
If people can't do right to, by, and for themselves, all they gonna do is fuck somebody else up.
Fuck their life all the way, or attempt to.
It has nothing to do with the other person.
No.
It has to do with them. What's going
yeah, it's all on them.
with inside of them.
Yep. I 1000% agree. I want
Gotta
it.
take personal.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Gotta take personal accountability for
Agreed.
everything. Period.
I agree.
You come to somebody low vibrational, you're gonna push them away.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna attract somebody that's low vibrational, just like you.
Right.
So you're gonna have all that bullshit,
Yeah.
all that.
Oh yeah,
back
that's true too.
and forth.
Yeah.
It takes two to argue. If
That is
you
so
ain't
true.
gonna be there dealing with that bullshit, they ain't got nobody to argue with
Yeah.
but the next motherfucker. Because
Yeah,
there's
that's
plenty
true.
of
That's true.
people that like to argue. There's plenty of hurt people that
Right.
like to hurt other people.
Yeah.
If you accept that shit, that's on you. You do not have to accept that from nobody.
Yeah.
You
Period.
have to be important. If you don't give a fuck about yourself, ain't nobody else gonna give a fuck about you. Because if a motherfucker know, okay, I can go over there, jump up and down on her, have her fix me something to eat.
Wait, not jump up and down.
Yeah.
Wait, you know that's we dating ourselves, but go ahead.
And then bounce.
Right.
That's on her.
There, that is on you, sus.
I mean, if you just let me do that whenever I want to, I don't have to commit to you. I don't have to be seen in public with you in the daytime or nothing.
Damn.
Shit, that's what a motherfucker gonna do.
Yeah.
Because that's what you
Allow.
accept.
Yep.
And usually when a motherfucker do that, he got a whole wife during the
Sure
daytime.
do.
Wife, job, everything.
Yeah.
He out in public with her. But you that nighttime jumping.
Y'all hearing that from a man. Continue, Unc.
If y'all accept it, that's what a motherfucker gonna give you. That's taking you back to nature. Everybody keeps saying they want nature. Want to return back to nature. You have to be able to distinguish between nature and what's natural to you.
Amen.
Because in nature, a bear will come kill your babies and then expect you to fuck so you can have his baby.
Right.
Same with lions. They gonna kill your babies just so they can pass on their bloodline.
Mm-hmm.
Even with animals, their bloodline is important. They don't give a fuck about the next motherfucker's bloodline.
Woo.
But aren't we supposed to be gods and goddesses and all this, that, or the other?
And evolved.
On a higher frequency. But we wiping our bloodlines, or rather, our children are. Every time one of these babies is killed, that's a bloodline being wiped out.
Yeah, it is.
Every time one of these young wombs is damaged, that's generational curses being set up.
It is a spiritual thing, isn't it?
Allow this shit to happen to our babies. We allow it.
Yep.
If your child has done something out here, where were you? I don't give a fuck about no job. None of that shit. You saw what the fuck was going on with your child. And you chose to be a good slave instead of honoring your contract to that child.
Mm-hmm.
That job and that little bit of pay, which is debt notes, that you get was more important than your child. You will fight that man for that job, but you won't go home and fight your child for its soul. You weak as fuck. And I ain't being gender specific.
Yep, I feel you. I know exactly what you're saying.
We can't keep making up excuses and placing blame. You here to straighten out shit with your bloodline. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
All of that
But
part.
you fucking with everything and everybody else in the wrong way. And that's what keeps you stuck. And because you miserable as fuck, you want everybody else to be miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you. Flat the fuck out. Fuck you. You're disgusting. You don't care about these babies. You just care about fucking.
Say it now.
You just care about the little change you may or may not get off of that child. I saw a video earlier on Chinese slums.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't look like slums, but what the narrator said was that over there, you can't get married if you ain't got a house. That means if you ain't got no motherfucking money, no place to put her and them babies, you can't even get motherfucking married. You got to go move in the slums and stack your chips.
You saying stack your chips. Right.
I'm just saying, we keep making up motherfucking excuses
Exactly.
for bullshit. You go harder for material shit than you do for these babies.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't being gender specific.
Indeed. We with you now.
You shouldn't have $10,000 worth of shoes and you ain't got food and shit stacked up for years.
Come on now, talk about it.
You ain't got water put away. You ain't got medical kits put away. All this bullshit that's happening around us all day, every day. And you got more material shit than you do things to actually survive off of. Something wrong. Something wrong. But I digress.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Damn it, where's my explosion? God damn it. All right, I'm just trying to do it. But yes, very, very good drop, Brother Sean. I mean, you know, the excuses are over. Nobody wants to hear that tired ass shit. Handle your business. If you're not going to handle your business, you're going to get called out.
Yeah.
And the aunties and the uncles, you need to stand up and tell the shit the way it is. And if your motherfucking ass is cruddy and a loser, I would rather you be honest and tell your story how you made mistakes on how you ain't shit and how you can't get right. Them babies would respect that more. But you sitting up here carrying this toxicity, making up all of these excuses why you couldn't take care of your baby, making all of these excuses while you was in them streets as a woman, that's fucking unacceptable. Tell the shit like it is. Give it to them raw. And I don't give a fuck if you're currently fucking up, you can't get right. Tell it like it is. Tell it to these babies raw. Because when you putting out these bullshit ass lies and you're shaping these babies' minds with this bullshit, you have a lot of karma coming back on you. That's why you fucked up now. And you can't get right. This is accountability time. Ain't no, I'm not co-signing for no bullshit. I don't give a fuck if you a woman, you a man, you black, you white. Goddamn it, the animals got to be on point. I don't care. Nobody gets a pass.
That part.
Everybody needs to own their bullshit. And the black community, I'm on the black community right now. The excuses and bullshit is over. It's over. You have to clean up your own shit. Point blank, period. And you sitting up here with these bullshit ass narratives like it's a good thing to have all of these babies in the poverty. You're fucking wrong. You're wrong. Now you just heard Uncle Sean say at China they ain't playing that bullshit. Motherfucker, you too broke to... What you mean you ain't got no place for your old lady to stay? Well, you better get your ass over in these low-income efficiency slums. And like he said, get your motherfucking coins up. Versus the opposite... Oh, the white man holding me down. Oh, and I'm going to tell you something, young ladies. If you hear a little boy say this, you fucking run and you run fast. I just need a good woman to hold me down and to help me get me where I need to go. Nigga, what? Do I look like a motherfucking construction worker to you? Run!
Right.
Nigga, what value are you offering me? I ain't heard you yet. Tell me how the fuck I'm going to benefit my children or my future children. I ain't heard you say that yet. But yet you have the nerve to say to me what I can do for you? Run, women. Do you understand me? Run. That's not a fucking compliment. That is a huge ass red flag. That's not a man. A man solves problems. Let me run that for the slow motherfuckers in the back. A man solves problems. Not make problems, become the motherfucking main problem. Put their problems on women and children. A man solves problems. And if he's not adding value to your situation, what the fuck is the point? Now, me personally, I don't see what the motherfucking attraction is. Now, you know, maybe that's just how my energy is set up. I don't see what the motherfucking what I can do for you. Let me see. I know this motherfucker. He couldn't. He must be talking to somebody. You're not talking to me. Run. Men solve problems. That is a little boy. I don't give a fuck how many babies he have. I don't give a fuck how old he is. Run. Do you understand me? Because if that nigga is an old head, if that nigga got babies, that means he didn't ran that line on some other woman. And if he had multiple baby mama, that means he didn't ran that line on multiple baby mamas that was trying to build a nigga.
That's true.
Run.
They always end up the same way they start with anybody. It doesn't matter. It
don't matter. Absolutely, it don't matter. And don't think that you the better build the nigga, bitch. Don't think that you the better one.
Nope.
She didn't know how to love him. Sis, we telling you, you better motherfucking run.
Mm-hmm.
Know your value and your worth. Know what your principles are. Stand on that shit.
You know, if he's 35 and talking that,
That's,
at
you know,
85,
35, my rule. What, nigga,
if
what?
if he's 35 talking that, at 85 he's gonna be doing that too.
Come on now,
They-
say it, Auntie. Go on and say it so I can give you your motherfucking explosion.
I said if he's 35 saying that, at 85 he'd be saying the same thing. They never change. Because poverty is not in your pocketbook, it's in your mind.
It's in your mind. And he be sitting in his motherfucking wheelchair, still trying to get some pussy that he literally physically can't do. Talking that shit. Trying to hit on the little nurses and stuff. Nigga, if you don't shut your old ass up.
Yeah, they never change. I mean, seriously, I know from personal experience, they never change.
Shit.
You might as well cut your losses and move on.
Right. You done just dried up all my juices with that line. Nigga, what? No, run.
Don't even walk.
You have to, as a woman, separate a man from a little boy. Okay?
They have all the same, women have the same equipment. Most of women do.
What
And
you
the men
mean?
have the same
What?
same equipment.
What equipment, sis? What equipment is you referring to?
The breast and the
Right,
vagina.
so what woman wouldn't have breast and a vajayjay?
Well,
Okay, but go on. I'm just giving you a hard time. Go ahead. I like to get her like that. Go ahead, sis. I know I'm not. I'm going to leave you alone, sis. Go ahead.
But anyway, that should not be the criteria for getting together. And the men don't understand. They like to choose lots of booties. They just love booties for something.
And all of that's okay. But again, we're separating the men from the boys. And if a little boy don't know how to choose and select a woman, that's nigga, I ain't got time for that.
I know we all have the same thing. You just have to make sure you choose the right one.
Right. And ain't nobody saying you can't have your preference. Bruh, I want you to be with who the fuck you want to be with. But don't go whining when you select wrong.
Right.
And that goes for women also. Don't go whining when you select wrong. Now, when folks out here lying, because folks do send a motherfucking representative. We do know that. They send an interview person, to get you all up in love. And then as soon as you in love, that motherfucker becomes Chucky.
Start switching.
And the demon, he or she self. We know people pretend out here.
Yeah, they do.
But the catch is, you have to be strong enough in your conviction. Nigga, I don't give a fuck if we was together 24 hours. 30 motherfucking minutes ago. I don't give a fuck. So, okay. That's what you finna get up out of me. Because what I ain't got to do with you is play.
No.
I'm not here to be traumatized, to be abused, for you to work through your little boy isms.
You never do.
We have to set the standard on how people are treating us. And when it ain't working, get rid of their ass and keep it pushing.
Right.
Your feelings will be hurt. Shit, ain't nobody is trying to sit up here and say your feelings ain't gonna be hurt now. But you'll get over it. We have to clean up our community. And making smarter choices is where it starts. Getting ourselves out of fucked up situations is where you start to clean your house. You have to do it. So all of this toxicity, y'all already know what it is. I don't give a fuck, Big Mom and them used to say, I don't give a fuck what they doing out in them streets. Mm-hmm. You know better. And if you don't know better, when you know better, you do better. Because just because somebody else is a degenerate, so you gonna sit up on your ass and be a degenerate also. But then want to cry about the community and the children and the this and the that. It starts with you. Take personal accountability for you and self. It's just that simple. Women, leave these fuck boys alone. Leave them alone. What the fuck is there to discuss? Leave them niggas alone. I don't even see how you get turned on personally. It's all right. I'm done. All right. We ain't even gotten to go ahead on. See how sis has started it off again? But it needed to be said, goddammit, because, Unc in the building. And ladies, he done told you, you let him roll up over there and jump up and down. I ain't heard jump up and down in a minute. That was, that was mama and them jumping up and down on somebody. That's on you.
But the reason I said it is because they're talking about the death of the Western civilization.
Yeah.
And talking about this country going down. Mm-hmm. And they brought up how the Black family, as they call us, started with breaking down the family. How the families was broken down in the melanated community. Mm-hmm. And so I had to agree with them. Mm-hmm. But, they said it was the welfare system. And I had to disagree.
Exactly.
See, because not every woman that has children wants to be on welfare.
Know what most women, it's poverty.
It's poverty. You only get about $500 a month. I don't care how many children you have. So it's really very degrading for a woman to lay up and almost die to have a child.
Come on now, tell it, Auntie.
To end up having a child as a husband too. And not wanting to take care of the child that they were so happy to make. So, excuse me. And then the judges in the courts, start yelling at the woman because the deadbeat that she got turned into a real deadbeat. Because they saw an easy out for taking care of themselves. And they utilized the woman and the children. They use the women and the children to live off of so they don't have to work so hard. It's just like a preacher. Oh, excuse me. It's just like a preacher. He has drama. And because he has drama, he can tell a story really, 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 really well. And he lives off the women in the church to pay his salaries,
right,
and to keep giving him money. I heard this is what I heard. I heard a preacher was robbed at gunpoint. Him and his
child. I laughed my ass off personally.
I did too, but he had $1 million worth of jewelry.
And somebody said it was an insurance scam. They believe. I'm like, you may be right. So in other words, it was staged. Right, but what you think, Brother Sean?
It was staged.
Yeah. Don't that sound like some scam and shit?
I'm trying to figure out how he had it on him. I mean, was it blinging or, because, serious?
He said it was $400,000 worth of jewelry.
40,000? That's still a lot.
400,000.
100,000? That's still a lot.
And they only robbed him and his wife.
Right.
Now, a guy sitting up there, I guess one of the elders or bishops or whatever. He just sitting there all calm watching all this happen. The guy that's over him doesn't even have his finger on the trigger. Now, motherfuckers that's doing a real robbery don't have their finger on that trigger.
On the trigger, right.
I mean, it was just too calm and too staged.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody buying that bullshit. I mean, come on, you've been in the hood blinging like that forever. Ain't nobody been fuck with you. You a known gangster in the community, everything. You come out of jail with your reverend gang.
Wait a minute, child. Wait, what?
Well, say that.
Yeah, see, you giving us more insight. So you telling me that he was a former like street dude.
Yeah.
The preacher?
Yeah, bro, you up here lying. You running a scam.
Oh.
I
mean, see.
I still laughed my ass off though, and then I was like, wait a minute.
But you know, he's supposed to be an example for the community. To be running a scam like that. You know
what? But that's part of the issue too, though, sis. Is that black folks looking to the wrong people for leadership instead of doing it themselves.
Yeah, it's true.
Because these pastors been fleecing the black community.
Yeah, big time. Big time. They have mansions. And
they've been fleecing them. So, like Brother Sean said, this man was a former gangster, went in a joint, and was like, okay, you know what? My next hustle gonna be the church. And it is a hustle. The church is a motherfucking hustle.
Exactly. And that's what weakens the family unit as well. Because like the women go there and they look up to the man, the preacher, as the kind of guy she wants as a husband, Which is the worst kind, because he's slinging more dick than anybody. And nowadays, honey, you don't know that's probably equal opportunity dick. He slinging it from with men and women. So, I don't know why you want that position, but continue. Exactly. So when you look at the sum total of making our culture weak, it starts with the women and it ends up with the men, not being men, but boys. And so it's like a cycle.
It is, and we can break it. We can definitely break it, and that's why last week when we had this conversation, I was saying to the women, you have to get on your job. That's just the bottom line. You have to get on your job.
Yeah.
Because shouldn't a motherfucker be pass through your portal that ain't worthy? Do you understand me? Not a motherfucker should pass through your portal that ain't worthy.
And this is what they're saying is the family unit needs to be rebuilt to make this country and each culture's people strong again. Instead of breaking it down and yelling and screaming and all this kind of stuff, we need to start at the family unit to rebuild. Because unless we get of the same mindset, we can't build a nation anymore. Because it's the children that you bring into this place, if you have to do that, who's going to keep you safe and keep this place running. So our men haven't taught our children much of anything. The ones that are weak, or the boys, they haven't taught our children anything. And the preachers haven't taught our children anything but to hustle. So
exactly.
That's why I had to kind of bring up this understanding that this is breaking down the whole country. It's not just your home. It's not just my home. It's not just that one home over there. It's all a unit, and it's breaking down community.
Agreed.
Exactly.
I
And it's
1000% agree with you.
and so that's what I'm saying. We got to do better. Someplace we got to grow up.
Come on, say it now. Grow up.
We got to grow up. This is not a game.
No, it's
This
not.
is. It's not just life. It's eternity.
Come on now.
Eternity starts right here on this plane.
Come on now with it, Auntie.
You determine your eternity by how your heart is.
Can you say
And
that
if your-
again for the slow ones in the back, Auntie?
You determine your eternity by how your heart is. Whatever you put out is what you're going to get back. And this is what a lot of people, not only our culture, but other cultures too, but more cultures stick together as families, but they'll kill each other. That's another story. But, we have to understand our legacy is our heart. If you have not the frequency in the heart, you're not going to have family. You're just not going to be the good person for eternity that you think you're going to get when you leave here. Because everybody's set on dying and then everything going to get better. But it doesn't work like that.
Mm-mm.
They're looking for tomorrow in eternity for things to fix itself. No, you have to fix it now.
Indeed.
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
no, it's just that I don't understand about this buy and buy. I used to hear that in church, when I was a kid in church, the buy and buy. I said, what about the now and now?
Right.
What about now? I don't want to wait until I die to get anything.
Right.
How do I know you don't even know you're going to get it when you die.
Right.
People just got it all wrong. And that's how they teach us in church, in the great buy and buy. Forget that great buy and buy. We have to fix the thing now for it to be a potential great buy and buy.
Indeed. Indeed. 1000% agree with you. Sis, you said a mouthful. And bottom line, all of that behavior is toxicity. And to be honest, it's very much so immature. And broken people, like, Sean said, just going around the planet causing hell and havoc. But we have to make smarter choices. If you ain't a match for that person, you're just not a match for them. If you got to jump through hoops, that's not the person for you. You know in your heart and your soul when it ain't right. And when it is right and it ain't right no more, you know. You know.
Yeah, you do. And you can't fix it and it's not fixable.
Exactly. You have to be the adult and make the correct decisions. Living healthy. It takes work. Living in truth. It takes work.
It does. It does. And
that's it's a hell of a lot better than the alternative, the trauma and the pain.
Right.
And initiating the generation of trauma and pain. So, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but accountability has to be all the way around the board, because somebody initially makes a bad choice. Does it mean that they have to compile on it?
No, just move on.
Agreed.
I've been doing cleaning
and
maintenance for a while on all different types of properties. I know females that won't work just to get Section 8, this, that, or the other. They don't clean their house. They don't cook for their children. This is stuff I know because I have to go in these apartments. Apartments, nasty as all get out.
Just a nasty whore, but continue.
With babies. Now, there's no excuse for a quote unquote woman not to be able to cook and clean for her baby.
Agreed.
I ain't talking about for no nigga.
Exact. Come on with it now.
I'm talking about for your babies. Home cooked meals.
Yup.
Not McDonald's.
Right.
Not no fucking Roman noodles and hot dogs.
Right.
Cereal all the motherfucking time.
Come on with it now.
Take care of them babies.
Yup.
You can work in your current state doing that type of shit. All you gonna keep getting is niggas that are babies that were raised by somebody with the same mindset as you.
Yup.
Oh, right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's a good.
Niggas before they kids. A nigga can come over and get lobster and steak, and you go give your kids hot dogs and Roman noodles.
Bitch, I slapped the shit out you. But keep going.
That's what I'm saying. They make this shit so motherfucking easy for dirtball motherfuckers to get over on them and their children.
I
You
agree.
can't blame a motherfucking snake for being a snake.
Yup.
You
You
can't.
knew he was a dirtball motherfucker. You knew he had all these children, ain't been doing shit. But about that street life.
Right.
And that's what you chose to bring around your children. And that's the type of motherfucker that you choose to let discipline your children, or the type of motherfucker you leave alone with
With your
children
babies. Yup.
while you go to work while he sit there.
Yup.
Wow.
You can't keep blaming dirtball ass niggas for you letting them into your life,
Yeah.
into your children's life.
Agreed. Come on,
If you
tell it.
just into that S&M shit, you can go do that with him away from your children. If you
Yeah.
like to get choked out like a nigga to beat your ass,
Right.
then fuck you. Do that away from your children.
Exactly.
They got hotel rooms, all that type of shit. Y'all in these hotel rooms and Airbnbs all the time, any goddamn way,
Ooh.
and got some drunk or some crackhead or meth head watching your babies.
You whores need y'all ass whooped.
That's wrong.
That's not acceptable.
That is wrong. See, that's where the
And
women is,
that's not a woman. To me, that's
Oh,
that's
no,
not
that's
a
just
woman.
a-
That's not womanhood.
She ain't even a girl yet. That's, ew.
Just
Oh.
saying that
You have to protect your children at all
Women.
costs.
my sisters with daughters,
Whew.
y'all got to teach them better.
Yeah.
You can't keep worrying about being a friend. When they elevate to certain frequencies and doing what they're supposed to, I mean, you can be your child's friend, but you can't forget your divine purpose
That's right.
with them.
That's right.
If you're the matriarch, are you grooming her to be the next matriarch?
Come on, tell it now.
Or do you plan on outliving her? Do you plan on
Right.
using her in order to get your way?
Oh, that's sad.
Parents do it all the time. Especially parents who had dreams of being in Hollywood or wannabe singers,
Yeah.
this, that, and the other.
Yeah, I see where you're going
Mm.
with it. Yeah.
They will pimp out their children,
Yeah, they do.
living off of their children because that was their dream.
Mhm.
Majority of the times, that was the parents' dream. It wasn't the child's dream. They wanted to be children. They wanted to have fun. But as a society, as a people, as a nation, whatever title you want to fucking put on it, we failed
Exactly.
because we failed our bloodlines first. Because a nation, any type of confederation, is that or the other. It's an agreement between bloodlines. We can't blame nobody but ourselves. If we were all this, that, or the other, And their technology and this, that, or the other is based off of us. They ain't take over us with technology. They didn't take us over with shit but our own goddamn minds. They used us against ourselves.
Yeah.
We let them.
And y'all enjoying this shit. It's never too late to change any goddamn thing. That's just what the fuck they tell you because they want you to accept the terms of the contract.
Right.
They want you to accept the karma that they place on you, or they tell you that you have to deal with cycle after cycle. If you refuse to put in the shadow work and do what you need to do to correct shit that you fucked up, then yeah, you can get caught up in that cycle.
Right.
But if you're in the present moment, knowing self in a healed capacity, ain't no limits. Ain't a goddamn spell that they can put on you.
Come on, tell it now.
Ain't a goddamn fraudulent contract they can hold you to. If all of this shit is fraud,
yep.
Why are you worried about honoring that and not honoring thyself? You claim to love your ancestors. Why are you not fucking honoring them? But you honor everything about this fucking system. So who do you have to blame? You chose the system over being goddesses and gods. You chose to be renters instead of landlords. You chose to be victims instead of guardians. I digress.
Wow. We so glad you back, bro. Yeah, he brought that fire tonight.
That wisdom.
Absolutely. That unk energy, it had to be said. You trifling ass women.
And man.
Well, you're not even women, because that's not a woman in my eyes.
We got a new,
you trifling ass whore. Let me be accurate. You trifling ass whore. We're not going for that either. It's not acceptable. So, Sis Alicia, Nick Cannon is community dick with the bullshit he said about women's hygienes. Although the comment got cut off. Yeah, I heard that shit in passing. So I wasn't going to bring it up unless y'all brought it up. Okay, so Nick Cannon is community dick with that bullshit he said about women hygiene, although he may be semi-right. First of all, let me sip. let me sip.
I've been thinking about him too.
Let me clear my throat to read this motherfucker. Me. Nigga, what? Nick Cannon, the single baby mama making, community dick having, that Nick Cannon. Wanna be rapper, wanna be thug, wanna be conscious community pimp, but really a lame. You mean that Nick Cannon? So you don't even know how fucking stupid you sound. Let me show you how this work, bruh. Let me re-clear my motherfucking throat, because I'm finna read your stinking ass tonight. This how fucking stupid you sound. If 80% of the women you hit hoo-ha was stinking, you still laid up in 80% of the stinking hoo-has? trifling. The 80% women who highs was thinking are you, motherfucker. Because you the one like to hit it raw. You understand how that works? No, because you're too stupid to understand how that works. You really think you was really saying something. Because to me, now this just how I'm set up. To me, as a man, you knew her cooch was stank going into fucking, right? But you still fucked. So you complaining about what? Obviously, you like not fresh coochie. So you saying what again?
Hey, like many of them.
Right. Because you likes to hit it raw with all your 179 motherfucking children and all them baby mamas you got. Do you understand how fucking stupid you sound? Because let me tell you something about a woman, motherfucker. If you motherfucking breathe wrong, nigga, the panties coming back up. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna sit up here and be like, yeah, girl. Yeah, you know, I fucked him. That nigga stunk. Bitch. What's wrong with you, sis? Am I inaccurate?
No, he should have run.
What woman ain't no woman that got any self-worth about herself? Nigga, what? Nigga, your nails dirty? No, we ain't fucking. No, nails dirty. No, nigga, let me put my shit back on. Get the fuck up on out of here.
Yeah.
No. I see something in your teeth. No, we ain't fucking. So that says everything about you versus the women.
Yeah, because he's the one giving his seed to something like that.
You laid up in 80% of smelly coochies.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's have that go viral. Nick Cannon, community dick, wanna be street dude, but you ain't a fucking street dude. You forget that, we watched your motherfucking ass grow up. Did you forget that, Nick? Did you forget that we watched you grow up? And this character that you're trying to play, you're doing a very, very awful job at it. You want to try to convince me that 80% of the coochies that you fucked stink. And you announced that publicly, nigga, you should have kept that shit to yourself. So ladies, you ladies fucking this nigga, he telling you that he fucks with women who coochie stink. And you know he don't wrap it up because he got all them children. You sound stupid as fuck.
Monkeypox? No.
And the sad part about it, Nick, see, you never know who know. I actually know somebody that worked with you. You were raised by a very good family. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. This is a character that you're playing, and you're doing a piss poor job at it.
Right.
You nasty as fuck. You just went on the world stage and said 80% of the women I hit fucking stink. I still hit it though.
Lack of self-control.
You think that makes them look bad? Nigga, that make you look bad. Cause I ain't finna fuck now nigga that's stinking. Not a nary. Do you understand me? Not a motherfucking nary. It. So you don't value your community peen at all. So women, you think you getting that check out of this nigga? He gonna be checked the fuck out of here relatively soon. And then right after that story came out, a young lady has the package and is rumored to be linked with him. Now, I'm not saying he got the package. I'm assuming he don't. He got all these children running around here. But my point being, nigga, you ain't got no motherfucking room to talk. Because, see, we already know you nasty as fuck. You just put the nasty on top of motherfucking nasty. Now go make that viral. Nick Cannon takes down stanky coochie women. Go make that go viral. Nick Cannon says that 80% of his mother's baby mamas coochie stank. Nigga, go make that viral. Y'all don't even understand how stupid y'all be sounding with this bullshit.
Like I said, women have the same thing.
You have no self-respect for yourself whatsoever. None. Because you think in your mind having a lot of sexual partners or a lot of bodies or knocking down a lot of bad bitches ties your manhood, makes you a man. And you don't care how stupid you have to look in order to keep up that bullshit ass image. By default, that strips you from manhood. That ain't appealing to me as a man. Yeah, you know, most women's pussy stink. Okay, so you fucking them, right? I'm not saying your pussy. Nigga, I know you ain't saying my pussy because my pussy ain't on the table for you to be to get in that motherfucking equation. You ain't got to worry about my pussy. We ain't talking about my pussy. We talking about the ones you said stink that you took down. You see how that plays out? Get the fuck out of here, Nick, with your corny ass. Go sit your sick motherfucking ass down and take care of all them children.
You know,
concentrate the fuck on that, nigga. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Alicia Renee said he did it in a room full.
Yeah, and them bitches was sitting up there. Well, my coochie. I'm like, bitch, you silly. See, that's when they needed Auntie Rhonda there. I would have had my scarf on, baby, with my motherfucking water with apple cider vinegar and cuss that motherfucker out. Do you understand me? And them whores, too. Bitch, you gonna sit up here and try to justify your coochie smell to this motherfucking community dick nigga? Bitch, whore, what is wrong with you? Who the fuck raised you?
Ugh.
We know his ping is out there.
And he's representing his culture, and he's out there representing like this.
And you silly bitches go sit up there. I agree with him. Bitch, you do realize he said 80%. So he telling you your pussy stank too. And you sitting up here trying to justify how it don't. Nobody has any fucking common sense anymore. See, he knew the right ones to come on that motherfucking interview and say that to. Because I guarantee you that bitch ass couldn't come on here and say that bullshit. How much you want a motherfucking bet?
It's not even funny.
And he wasn't trying to be funny. He was, according to him, he was being factual. And I say again, 80% of the cooch you take down stank and you laid in it, right? That's what you telling me. You still laid in it. So you complaining because of what? I'm confused on this conversation. Get the fuck out of here. All of you low self-esteem folk. All of you. I don't have to justify a motherfucking thing about my hoo-ha, nigga. We ain't fucking. You ain't my man. I wish the fuck I would, but well, not my nigga. That ain't none of your motherfucking business, and you will never know. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You're slow. It don't connect up here.
Something's wrong.
Low self-esteem. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead on, Brother Sean. I know you had something to say.
He probably speechless.
He probably like, this child, she and went on talking about coochie. I mean, you know, he fucking started it. Shit. Dirty dick nigga. I fucking dare you. You realize what you just said? You said 80%. That's who you taking down in these streets? Child.
And he doesn't realize that this is
let me unmute because I really want to hear
okay.
what Brother Sean got to say. Child. Let me unmute him. Shit. Okay. Go ahead on, Brother Sean. Muted sis by mistake. Go ahead, Brother Sean. Yeah, I want to hear your take on this. Dirty dick, nigga. But go ahead.
I just know back in the day, you done the smell test. I mean, you know, while you doing your little naked part, your little kissing this, that, or the other, when you get the opportunity to touch it, then at some point you slide your finger up to your nose and smell. So, I mean, if it don't smell right, action's supposed to stop instantly.
You would think. The fuck you gonna tell me 80% and you still smashing? You didn't smell. You didn't know her cooch was stinking. Get the fuck out of here.
But what you have to understand about his particular type of character, I mean, he like Dookie on this stick.
Ooh, child, y'all. You know, I apologize up in advance, y'all know how we be getting down.
He like boy pussy. So I mean, I guess for him the smell is all part of it.
You know, they call that badussy, but when I heard that, I screamed.
But you know, he came on and said that 80% of them smelled, but he didn't say he had a problem with it. I think he was actually advertising, letting females know who got stinky coochies that he's the man for the job.
Well, you know, Nick, if that's what you was saying, go on and just say that motherfucking shit then.
That's the only thing I can get out of that insanity, because that's all it is insanity. I mean, bruh, dude.
Yeah,
that's. I mean,
that's so gross. It's pathetic.
It's so pathetic.
I mean, me personally, I can't get excited if the aroma isn't right. You know,
How can
you? Just got the smell right. I mean, I can't. He can't.
You gotta figure out what they have.
He gonna be like, dude, what the fuck is that? What are you doing? Crawl up in my stomach and everything. Like, fuck that.
Right,
oh,
right. I don't see how he can complete the job. We're like, bitch, woo. You should be pulling up your drawers at that point. You know what? I got something to do. I don't get it.
See, back in the day, the pants wasn't coming down. The sniff test and everything wasn't proper to begin with.
Right now, I understand all that. I understand all of that now. I understand. So he better get the fuck on out of here. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Stinky armpits is a no-go. I'm just saying, if shit don't smell right, it ain't happening. It just ain't.
As it shouldn't. I just don't understand that. So just say you nasty, you like stinky cooch, and that's on you. You know, no motherfucking judgment on my part. Go on and keep taking down stinky cooch. But if that ain't what you meant, nigga, you dumb as fuck. Because that's what that means. You done just told on yourself. So all you men that think Nick Cannon is taking down bad bitches, 80% of them hoes got stinky cooch. I ain't say that. That's what he said. And I know Mariah is embarrassed like a motherfucker that she was married to that nigga. She got children with that nigga. Child, I will be fired the fuck up.
He wants to get back with her.
All of the dick he done slung. He think that woman finna get back with him? Nigga, if you don't. So again, all of y'all sound dumb as fuck. All of y'all.
It kind of proves the point, right? About community and the fact that they leave their children. But he has enough money to take care of their children, his children, but he doesn't have the capacity as one man to take care of all those children emotionally.
No.
I don't care how he gonna try. He gonna be over there one day with this one and over there one day with that one. They all gonna be together one day. That's not gonna be enough. And when I heard of how he does things, I said he's doing such a disservice to those children, especially the boys, because he's teaching them things that are not morally.
Yeah,
good.
and the girls too, because
And
the girl,
girls.
yeah, because you know the girls are gonna look to their father as that example, and shame on the women. Again, I don't call those women. Shame on them whores who are his baby's moms.
You're talking about soulless beings.
Yeah,
People gave up their soul a long time
yeah,
ago.
because that's some bullshit. So that's the foolery that's going around. Now, we got to keep it all the way real. We know a bunch of Nick Cannons in the community.
Right, that's true. That's
We
the
got to keep
problem.
this motherfucking shit all the way funky.
That's real.
We know a lot of Nick Cannon in the communities that got a bunch of children. And plus they broke as fuck.
Right.
It's the same mentality. So his little change, his little ends, ain't corrected that mentality. It hasn't corrected that. Now, I don't know why he got out in these streets wanting to play like he's that type of dude when, Nick, you weren't even raised like that.
I can't say he's trying to be a tough guy. Doesn't mean he's a smart guy either.
But
because,
that is the idea of manhood that he is putting out there.
and I don't know
The
why.
idea of black manhood that he is putting out there.
I know, and that's what's, people, they're picking it up on the news. He's on the news all the time. I see him there. I've been shaking my head, boy, please. Because, like I said, children need nurturing, and they need a lot more than your money. They need your time. They need your energy. They need your brain. They need everything about you. And money too, but it's not the primary thing. They need to be taught, and he needs to pass on to his children better things than what he's doing.
Absolutely.
Really should. It's really unfair. And I'd be thinking, man.
Absolutely. But, he's not all to blame in this. I also blame all of those baby moms.
Of course.
Because ain't no fucking way in the world, dude. Ain't no way in the world. Matter of fact, we ain't fucking none of that. I'm good. Because to me, I just smell VD coming off of you. Nigga, I smell it through the motherfucking screen. I smell VD.
I know.
I don't give a fuck how many checkups you getting. You ain't fucking up my pH balance. You got me all... No, nigga, it ain't enough condoms in the world.
No.
So folks just walking around here sounding like idiots. And these grown folks with children and everything. And yes,
It's
Sis
crazy.
Nonya says, I don't know what happened to taking a bath before the deed, especially if she smells bad. That's why
That's
I'm saying,
crazy.
Mother Earth, come on and wipe these motherfuckers out. Mama Earth, they down here. Niggas ain't washing they balls. Whores ain't washing they Kit Kat. Folks walking around with shitty, crusty drogs. And they fucking. And having children. Just come on, just wipe everybody out. Just nasty as fuck.
It's really gross.
Just nasty.
All that DNA going around. She got that other girl's DNA. The other one got that DNA. Then that.
I know. And he talking about some smelly Kit Kat. Nigga, it's probably your dirty dick. Fucking up they motherfucking pH balance.
Yeah, their DNA, his DNA, he had from that other girl, went to the other girl.
Shit.
And it's going on down the line.
She probably
And the
went
way-
into the little first sex session, all, you know, ha ha ha, clean and all that shit. And here come your dirty dick ass.
And women have the DNA because he impregnates them, so she gets his DNA.
But you really getting a DNA if you fucking raw.
Yeah.
Let's be clear. So again, your dirty dick ass probably the one fucking up their pH balance, you stupid nigga. You do realize women have a pH balance for the vag. You do realize that. And dirty dick niggas will throw that pH balance off.
Right.
You do realize that. So the common denominator of a smelly vag is you, nigga.
That's crazy.
So you still hit. You a millionaire. I know you. Shit, either you had a hotel room with a fire ass shower, or if somebody was at your crib, you got 2, 3, 4, 5 bathrooms in that motherfucker. So no washing of the ass, none of that. But let me tell you one thing. You can play with these young whores, but you ain't finna play with auntie with that bullshit. You understand me?
Doesn't make sense.
You're not finna play with me on that. And you silly whore sitting up there grinning in his motherfucking face, trying to justify your motherfucking coochie juices. Bitch, you look stupid.
Yeah. You know why I keep saying 80%.
Right. I'm like, who he fucking? Sorry.
He like it to marinate. He like it to marinate. That's why he get them right out the club after they've been twerking all night.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he tell them don't even go take no shower. Just come on.
And if that's what you like, bruh, just say that. But nigga, to be honest, you could have kept that whole conversation to your motherfucking self. Because you funky. Let's be clear. You talking about somebody's cooch. That mean your balls stinking too. They gotta be. You just as motherfucking funky. You should have kept that entire conversation to yourself.
He gets their DNA too.
Y'all just all funky together. Ain't nobody washing their ass. You ain't taking no break from taking nobody down, giving your body no cleansing. Ain't trying to eat, at least halfway eat right, none of that.
No, that's crazy.
So, nigga, you nasty too.
I would have never told that.
I wouldn't have never on my motherfucking deathbed.
Can
you imagine us having a conversation with our girls? Girl, that nigga was funky. And the next thing you expect, girl, you know, girl, you know it wasn't going down. What you don't, I ain't never heard no woman say, but you know, girl, I still fucked them. Bitch, how?
You be afraid to kiss a man with yellow teeth.
I ain't kissing you with no motherfucking yellow teeth.
But you know, there's some people that don't have clean breath. You know, they're
right. We ain't kissing. No, ain't no kissing going on there.
And
well, I literally had somebody say, "Well, I really don't kiss." I said, "So you fucking and you ain't kissing? Are you selling pussy? Come on, girl, just."
So, but you know what I'm saying? If you can't get past the teeth, you can't get past down to that part. But the thing is, he's not very sanitary himself if he likes that kind of stuff, because you know,
it's just nasty.
hygiene is first.
It's just no getting around it. That's just nasty.
It's nasty.
A lot of their generation don't kiss anyway. All they do is suck and fuck.
What?
So, they probably wouldn't care nothing about nobody's teeth being yellow. Everybody smoked. They
Well, maybe he has
doing all
COVID and
type
can't
of
smell.
drugs. They eating the ass like it's
Yeah, I forgot
groceries
about the
and
eating
stuff.
ass part. So already that's a done deal.
Is that what they do?
Yeah,
So,
girl.
I mean, they don't
Knock
kiss,
me out,
so,
sis.
I mean, they think kissing is disgusting, but they'll eat ass.
Right, make it make sense. Make it make sense. You don't want to kiss, which is really the intimacy. We up here, we gonna keep it real. You don't want to kiss because you really don't want the intimacy. You don't know what intimacy is, but you want to fuck. Y'all better go on with this foolishness, okay? Now, this part of the millennials, I got to get on y'all. Go on with that bullshit now. Go on with it. Because y'all all funky than the motherfucker. If you going to sit up here and talk about somebody's vag is stinking, then, nigga, that means you dirty right along with it. And don't tell me what you ain't you ain't doing, because you on your little songs claiming and talking about what you doing. Y'all doing it all but kissing. So who the nasty one?
They sit up and eat the strippers out in the club.
You lied.
After
You
each
lied.
other.
Stop.
After each other, random niggas just be eating the same broad.
You lying on it. Wait a minute, child. Let me go off camera for a minute.
Prostitutes in California don't use condoms.
Child, I literally need a little nip and some smoke.
Oh my God.
So,
and they're going to start advertising their
I've seen a
stuff.
lot. I've seen a lot.
You trying to sit up in here and tell me folks are...
Yeah, depending on the club, you can eat them out instead of the other. Motherfuckers just wait their turn and just be lapping up behind each other. Just like fucking idiots.
And you're going to talk about somebody nasty? Now it makes sense why most of you motherfuckers' breath stink.
Oh, wow. That is crazy. I didn't know they were doing that.
Y'all nasty as fuck.
I mean, it'd be different if you were in a relationship permanently, like your husband or something.
You would think.
But anybody? Oh my God.
And couples go to strip clubs and the women get lap dances and all that stuff too. Pick out the girl they want. They had a menage, all type of shit. I mean, it is what it is. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Child, they out here wilding.
Oh, this been going on for a while. Oh, this shit was going on before the goddamn internet.
Okay, so you know I'm slow.
you right,
we slow as fuck.
I didn't know it either.
I mean, it makes sense why folks don't be looking clean, and because you motherfuckers ain't clean.
Mm-hmm.
Jump out the birthday cake. Line up and wait.
And y'all just not really knowing who you're having children by?
That part.
You got children by a shitty mouth nigga? You
That's
okay
crazy.
with that? or that eats random veg, you okay with that?
That's the norm.
Maybe that's why they put the monkeypox out.
They do it in clubs, bars. It don't matter. Oral sex go down everywhere. Cars, wherever, behind dumpsters, bathrooms. It don't matter.
I can't, child.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick Cannon, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
No,
we already knew your dick was dirty. You just prove it's rancid at this point.
It's your birthday.
Nobody gives a fuck at this point.
Oh, wow.
Right. I don't give a fuck that he got money. I just, like I said, I can smell the VD through the computer screen and the TV. I'm good on that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Money can't buy your love, baby.
Or a clean cooch.
Oh, clean cooch.
Shit.
Oh my God, I think I'm red.
Shit. If you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. So folks need to get their stuff together. Stop playing. Women, this is why it's important. You don't be trusting these niggas. They out here eating ass, eating random vages, dipping in ass, getting ass dipped. Baby, you better not be out in these streets playing, calling yourself up in love and all that. Fuck that.
Chicks out here doing it too.
Yeah.
Eating ass like groceries and everything. Yeah, they doing it too.
What would possess you to do some shit like this? This nigga got his legs up in the air like a bitch.
Yeah, they do it to guys and other women.
Mother Earth, just come take the whole motherfucking thing out. I'm in full motherfucking support. I'm just sit in my garden, smoke one for the last little motherfucking time, take all these nasty, and you know, if you gotta start fresh and I got to go, I'm cool with that.
Somebody need to get the sex bot.
Right.
Change the subject. The sex bot thing came out.
Yeah, funky ass. What, you mad because we telling the truth?
Yeah.
No,
they make a lot of money on it.
They saying, check it out. We got you.
I know.
Right, here you go.
Right.
Here you go, right here.
Right. Oh, this is what this show is about? Well, check out at blah, 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 blah. But this is the culture that has been fostered. So apparently what was going on behind the scenes, shit, I didn't know that was going on. I wasn't in the club getting lined up or lining up. Shit, I don't know nothing about that life. So now this is what's mainstream.
Yeah.
And everybody running around like they a bad bitch and they that nigga.
Yeah.
No, I see VD, both areas. Sus, I see you with some crunchy panties. And I see him with a dirty dick.
Yeah, that's bad stuff.
And this is the quote culture.
Mm.
This is what you want to project out to the world. This is the message that you want to show your babies.
No mystery no more.
No, none.
Day, you had to wonder what was up under there. You had to work hard at getting it.
Work hard at getting it.
Nowadays, everything is just out there. No more imagination. You know what it's hitting for. Everybody know what it's hitting for. Everybody know what it do. I mean, it ain't nothing special for that alleged special person in your life.
Alleged.
Yeah, because I mean, How special are they if they getting the same thing that everybody else can have?
Exactly.
And it's out there for everybody to see whenever they want to see it. But you allegedly and supposedly connected with the person, you got to wait.
Right.
There may be some days that you may not even get it, but she's still gonna get on the internet on that webcam and everything and get it to the rest of the world.
Oop.
But that's what motherfuckers
Oh,
want.
so that's why they have to have the Planned Parenthood with all this abortion stuff.
They ain't gonna have that. That's for a whole nother nefarious.
Yeah, that's a whole nother reason.
Yeah.
People just nasty.
It is nasty. But you know what? They put that HIV, because HIV is not natural. And now they got that monkeypox. And they done ordered 800,000 more vials of it. And they done declared the United States, is really high now.
Well, we should, you know how the United States is. That don't surprise us. And the monkeypox ain't gonna stop. If AIDS didn't stop people from not giving a damn, they just don't give a damn.
No, they don't. And then after this conversation, now I can see why they got that monkeypox vaccine for anybody foolish enough to take it. But you have to protect yourself and not get it. And
they don't care, though, sis. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know. They don't care.
Why even put any energy into that whole scam?
Yeah, it is a scam.
They turn around ever so often and throw some new alleged disease.
Yeah, it's all a scam.
And it ain't something. All it is a scam that they didn't recycle from a previous era, because ain't shit they can do with us. So they have to keep tricking us into fucking ourselves up.
Right.
That's why they sit up and give you all these symptoms and this, that, or the other. They name off a million symptoms, and you see one symptom, and you go running to them.
Running to get it.
Even though that symptom ain't got shit to do with it. They tell you, okay, if you get a bump on your arm, that means you're getting it.
Right.
So you get any type of bump on your arm, and then you run into them. Yeah. And you run into them. Oh, I got a bump on my arm. Oh, I'm getting the monkeypox. Give me. Take care of me. Help me, please.
Yeah.
Like dumbasses.
Well,
what the fuck is wrong with working on your system? Your body was designed to heal itself. You got all this melanin popping off, and you ain't learned to activate none of that shit. So you keep falling for what the fuck they say.
No, but what
instead of doing what you know that you can do for yourself, and worrying about all these other motherfuckers that want to go along with the script. If they want to be characters in the movie, let them be fucking characters in the movie.
Right.
That's true.
Too much work to be done.
Yeah.
For those of us that are trying to create this reality that we want. We can't keep holding on to any parts of that bullshit.
Yeah, it's true.
That's not what we trying to manifest.
Agreed.
That shit's still gonna be there. If you want to come back and visit that type of shit, when you fully on point, your game together, you could be anywhere and everywhere, all at the same time.
Right.
So, I mean, if you still want to come back and watch reruns of this script and just try and see who the different characters is from every now and then, you could do that.
Right.
But if right now, at the start of this new alleged and supposed era, we trying to get up out this shit, and we gotta let that shit go.
Right.
It's still gonna be here.
Right.
Yeah.
But I digress.
No, great point. And people doing it to themselves, because at the end of the day, if you don't care more about your body than that, oh well, it is what it is.
Yes, it is. And I want to point out too, they got books out now that these people who ran that scam, first one, are confessing, but they didn't have all that data they say they had. They didn't have this, and they didn't have that, and they were just trying to get the place to go down, the economy to go down, and people to close down this government. And they didn't have all that data. Remember, I told you it was a hoax when it first came out, because all that stuff he was saying was not medically true. And so now they have it in books. They're confessing.
Yeah, well.
You know, they have to come out and tell it.
Yeah, but it was already the Spanish flu. All they done was sit up there and
exactly.
Yeah.
Was that in the 1800s or 1900s, Brother Sean? 18s. Okay.
Because all they done was rewrote the script. They knew exactly what was going to happen. It was all planned. They discussed all of this. They had all of this planned down to the last period. At the end of the goddamn thing.
Was it 1918?
They knew exactly what was going to happen.
Indeed.
Now you got people sensationalizing.
It's kind of crazy.
People selling books in order to get them some money. So when they disappear, they got some funds that they could disappear with for playing their parts. Their characters now retired. So now they being paid off. Thing is,
1918.
Okay,
if
1918.
you already know the truth, and you know that these are bad characters, why would you support their book and give them money? And they was in on the fuckery to begin with. All these people that lost their lives.
Yeah, I know.
All this shit that been fucked up. And then you turn around and reward them by buying their book.
Yep.
Let them motherfuckers starve.
Yep.
You dirty bitches. You didn't have to go along with this shit to begin with. Fuck you. Fuck your book. Fuck your confessions. All that goddamn shit. Take that shit with you and get the fuck gone.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, well, that's true. But
so I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. You know, I think it's disclosure. That's all they wrote that book for.
Of course. They always do. They always do. But even with all of this said, like we say every week, you just have to take ownership for your own life. That I mean, it's just that simple. And you know, nobody should have to get up here and talk about people talking about dirty vaginas.
No.
We talking grown people. We ain't talking no teenagers. Hell, we ain't even talking people in their 20s. We're talking supposedly and allegedly grown people. I mean, it's just so low level. It's frustrating how low level this stuff is. It's so low level and so low vibrational. It's painful. It really is painful. And in the meanwhile, these babies are watching. They're watching. And they're being groomed up for the next line of whoreness. On both sides. Because the way the black culture stands today, you that man, if you could take down bad bitches, so what, you got a bunch of baby mamas. You that woman, if you a bad bitch, you can use your surgery ass. Now notice I said your surgery ass. Because, you know, that's relatively new. Millennials. You may not know that, but having a big ass and baseball legs, ant legs.
Big booty Bertha.
We didn't have that, okay? Speaking for all the natural big booty women around the motherfucking world, that ass and them legs supposed to match.
They don't.
Okay? But you could swing those motherfucking baseball bats. On a goddamn squipper pole and be a bad bitch. Oh, okay. You know, not just having whatever your natural body is, whatever your ass size is proportional what your legs size gonna be.
And your feet.
And your feet. Just damn all that. You bitches own a squipper pole with them baseball ass legs with all that silicone swinging. But you a bad bitch. And you hung upside down. Now your titties, I don't know about how your surgery titties set up, but you know, natural titties, when you lean back, them motherfuckers lean back with you.
Sure do.
Now, you bitches with these baseball ass legs swinging on these poles with your titties still like this. Not like this, like this. But you a bad bitch, though.
Yeah.
Whoring makes you a bad bitch. None of it is natural. And that's not even knocking women that want to get their plastic surgery. Go do you, girl. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm talking about the culture and the mentality. Because they have convinced you that everything fake is good and the come up. And nobody sees the sickness to that. And I'm supposed to go along with the ass eating, bad botched ass bodies, chasing after a bag, having multiple baby mamas. I'm supposed to accept all of that. I'm not supposed to say nothing in the meantime while you all are doing all this fuckery, that the deaths of these children in these squeets is off the chart. Because the culture says you have come up when you a bad bitch and you that nigga. But everybody wants to walk around and claim that the black race is superior. How the fuck and where? So until y'all get some standards, clean up your shit, you're going to stay in the gutter. We got to keep the shit real like it really is. That shit is gutter.
Yep.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody in their 20s should be worried about plastic surgery. Your metabolism should be functioning properly to be able to burn off weight if you're being active and eating healthy.
But they not even going to get it for the weight. It's literally, Brother Sean, to have the enlarged body parts.
Yeah, they want that.
It's to have the enlarged body parts.
But real men, we like shit that jiggle. We like stuff that's soft.
They telling you this motherfucker's
No,
that jiggle, that silicone jiggle.
No, you shouldn't have to take your hands to move your butt cheeks in order to make it twerk. I mean, seriously though, I mean, a real sister, when she walk, that shit got a natural jiggle to it that fake shit just don't have.
Well,
that fake shit ain't shaped right. Nothing.
You know, I've heard of some.
Who want to look at a dial? I mean, that's all you've become is a big ass blow up dial.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, what's real about you? And you got all these people running around with plastic surgery talking about, I want a motherfucker to keep it real. Ain't got nothing real about you. What the fuck is you talking about? can't accept yourself for who you are, how do you expect somebody else to accept you for who you are?
That's true.
If you want to be a clown, an Instagram thought, or so-called influencer by using filters and plastic surgery, then you're just a fucking clown. You're a character.
Mm-hmm.
You're in and out of costume.
Exactly.
And ain't shit real about you.
And I guess for me, just as a Black woman, it's objectifying the body. And
Right.
specifically Black women's body, because if you understood history, you would understand how Black women's body has always been objectified. And I literally just had this conversation with somebody earlier. They had posted a snippet of this white model who went and got her body done, and she had a booty like a sister, and she was trying to walk down the runway in a swimsuit, and she couldn't even walk down the runway. And the caption was like, you know, when you go by ass and you don't know how to walk with that ass. And I said to the person, I said, I remember coming up that white people used to say Black women with big butts were fat. I remember that.
Yeah, that's true.
You remember that, sis? Because I sure when the fuck remember it.
Yes. And we were too dark and all that kind of stuff. They
Yeah.
said all kinds of stuff about us.
I remember that.
And now you can't tell us until you look at the hair, because they got colors like ours. They go out there and tan and put stuff in their bodies, whatever it is, and then they go and get all these big booties. And, you know, I'm gonna tell you so. There's some.
Still don't move the same. Anybody that's food.
No, they don't move the same, but you know they go buy it.
I wouldn't care nothing about that. I could spot a sister a million miles a goddamn way.
Right.
I mean, I can't confuse one of them for no sister. I don't give a fuck what they put on.
Right. So
Yeah.
I
the,
mean, it's a million different ways to tell. They odor, they energy, everything. Just everything about the way they move, everything.
right. And I guess my whole thing is when you have a certain body type, back in the day, you wasn't dressing showing off that body type like that because it attracts certain attention.
Yeah, too much sometimes.
I still don't dress like that because I don't need the motherfucking, I don't be feeling
Attention.
like that bullshit. Exactly.
No. You don't want that.
Now, I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do. I'm just telling you the history of it. See, everybody want to come up off the Black woman. Oh, your skin too dark. But bitch, you laying in the sun. Oh, your lips too big.
You go get
But
that.
bitch, you looking like a whole motherfucking alien by the lips, trying to get them big ass lips.
Botox.
Oh, your butt, the butt thing. Once J-Ho came out with the big ass. Oh, now big, bitch, Black women. But we was fat when we were shaped. When we shaped like that. Now it's in. Now you bitches running go up under the knife. See, everybody uses Black women for the come up. Oh, your braids are too ghetto.
They go get him.
But white woman, Bo Derek's motherfucking stinking ass, runs her sticks on the beach with braids.
And they call her a 10.
Right. Oh, your hairstyle is too ghetto. Couple years later, you see white women copying said hairstyle.
Child, they so bad they go marry one of us to get the look of what we look like and their children.
It's so bad. Now, Brother Sean, I don't know how they rocking in Cleveland, but when I got back here, because you know Columbus, Ohio is the swirl capital of the motherfucking world. And I don't have no problem with that. You do you, boo. It just tickles me because in the South, it ain't like that. Okay? I know you up northers want to, oh, yes, it is. Oh, the bitch, no, it's not. Now, I don't know who he hitting behind closed doors. I'm just telling you that it's not like that in the South. And again, I don't have no problem with whoever you love, you love. I'm just telling you that this motherfucker here is swirl capital. So I gets back up here and me and my play sister out. And this, white lady walks past. And I kept seeing this motherfucking haircut. And sisters, I'm finna have y'all fucking rolling. Now, the sisters that from Columbus, Ohio, y'all already know what the fuck I'm finna say. Baby, let me tell you something. Why she walks past with the black woman's 1990 bob cut. You know the asymmetrical cut? Because I had that motherfucking bitch. That's my generation brought that motherfucking cut out. And you couldn't have told me I wasn't the motherfucking one with that cut. My shit was on point. You know that motherfucker that swooped over like this? And this motherfucker was short here all the way back. And that was tapered down. Oh, bitch, yeah. That was everything. You understand me?
Yeah.
She sachets past. Now, this was in the 90s now. That's when that hairstyle was popping for black women. Let's be clear. That was in the 90s. Because I would do that, and then I would get tired of it, let it grow out, bob, and then let it grow out long. Okay? This was in the 90s. I keep seeing this same reoccurring haircut on white women in Columbus, Ohio, to this day. So I says to my place sis, I said, what's with these white girls with the black girl 1990 haircut? We couldn't even go in the store good. She had to stop in the motherfucking parking lot and laugh. She said, girl, yeah, those the ones that's with black dudes. I said, so she don't understand that shit is outdated.
But they watching BET reruns to try and catch up on the phone.
That's crazy.
Or the millennials go get the braids with the different colors and the long hair and want to talk like this and do. Little girl, if you don't sit your ass down. See, because everyone wants to come up from black women. At the expense of black women. But we're the ones too ghetto, we're too loud, we the baby mamas, we the this, we the that, we the this, but all of you motherfuckers are imitating us.
Yeah.
Including the alphabet community.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have to say that all cultures, so-called culture, are fucked up. Everybody got their relationship problems. You got people blaming the system. You got people getting assistance all the way across the board. All of these quote-unquote assistance programs wasn't originally set up for our people.
That is correct.
No, it wasn't.
It was set up to help those orphan children and all this, that, or the other, and all these servants to be taken care of. And instead of being custodians, guardians, landlords, etc., motherfuckers started asking for handouts with their goddamn body else and forgot who shit it was to begin with.
Come on with it now.
Of course, everything that happens with us is going to be put into the news to be the worst thing that ever
Right.
happened. They try and keep their little secrets to get us to think that they are more united than what they are.
Yeah.
All you got to do is look at this so-called immigration issue. Those who have come over here went through the proper work, paperwork, and had to wait all that time to get their citizenship. They don't give a fuck about them other motherfuckers coming over here illegally.
That's so true.
They don't want them motherfuckers over here because them probably motherfuckers that they ran away from in the first goddamn place when they came here.
Right.
And they like, damn, you letting these ignorant motherfuckers back in here? Did not tell you that them the motherfuckers that I was trying to get away from when I came over here and asked to become a goddamn citizen and done all that waiting and all that goddamn begging, and then you bring them motherfuckers right back over here and that's who I left from in the first goddamn place?
Right.
People gonna rob from motherfuckers who around them. People gonna kill the motherfuckers who are around them. People are going to RAVE motherfuckers who are around them.
Right.
So all this shit goes on, and everybody else's community too. Ain't no need of us taking the heavy on all this. Like we just the worst people, this, that, or the other. No, these motherfuckers are still trying to bring us down. Because as you see, they come out with a new perversion every goddamn opportunity they get. They still trying to bring us down. We ain't sunk low enough yet for them.
Which is, chow.
For us, we should be well beyond that
Absolutely.
point. We shouldn't be entertaining any of this shit no more.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to talk about the greatness that the ancestors had and looking at this shit now and you content?
Exactly.
I digress.
Oh, very, very good point. Very good point. So, chow, it is what it is. Folks just degenerate. That's just the way it is. All right, so Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? So Brother Odel must be baby, must be sleep. We gonna let him go on and sleep it out this week. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the fam?
Well, it's all fuckery. For me, the biggest fuckery is still gonna be what you allow, what you accept. You accept everything outside of self. Still have not taken the time to realize who self is. You don't know your own bloodline, but you know all this other shit. You can go so deep down the rabbit hole that motherfuckers think that you crazy. But you can't tell nobody shit about your bloodline because
Come on with it now.
you don't know. You won't take the time to find out who you are. As you see this corporation and everybody else is talking about bloodline now. Whose bloodline is this? Whose bloodline is that? And you still want to talk about titles and all type of bullshit. You still want to be victims. You still want to be slaves.
Brother Odel's there.
Yeah.
You want to be everything but who you are.
Oh, come on, tell it now.
You want to be characters in a play. You want to be taken care of. You want to ignore your responsibilities. You want to ignore the contracts that you sign with your blood and DNA when it comes to these children. You're fucking yourself. You're fucking your descendants. You fucking yourself. And you ain't even getting to bust a good nut. Because this shit ain't good to or for nobody.
Indeed.
It's not even good to the parasites. Because you that fucking fickle about who you are. Fuck everything else. Fuck everybody else. Who are you? What is your bloodline? What are your obligations? What is karma in your life? The things that you're going through right now is why? What did you do in the previous life that this shit keeps going on?
Right.
If you're a dude and you done got with the wrong chick, what did you do in the previous life? Were you a dirty chick in the previous life? If you're a woman and you keep getting treated shitty by men, were you a shitty man in the previous life? What curses are you working on to break that has to do with you? Why are you stuck in certain frequencies? Why are you repeating certain patterns? But you worry about what everybody the fuck else is doing. But you don't want to correct your shit.
Right.
That's fuckery to the highest. I digress.
Indeed. Indeed. I do still have other follow-up items I want to go over real quick. And shout out to Brother Odel in the chat. You're free to join us if you feel up to it, brother. I totally get it. Whew. You know, if you need to just sit back and chill, you know, as we have to go in on your American cousins.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Nanya, we don't have to demand better from others. We demand better from ourselves, and you don't accept nothing less from anybody else if they choose to be around. We don't have to demand shit from nobody. Let them create their own karma and have to deal with
That's right.
it. If they push you out of their life, that's on them. They the ones missing out. You shouldn't have to demand anything from anybody. If somebody is really there with you, don't require no demanding, because they're going to treat you the way that they treat themselves. If they love themselves, they're going to treat you accordingly.
That's right.
Because when people truly love each other and are a family,
That's right.
you uplift everybody around you. You are that example. You are that frequency that everybody adjusts to.
That's right.
But don't demand nothing from people. That's you putting expectations on somebody to be something that they're not.
They're not. Yep. That's an excellent point, Brother Sean. Just move on. Get rid of them. Keep it pushing.
Set the standard for yourself.
That's right.
Be the example that you want.
That's right.
If you only eat honey, don't let somebody come bring you high fructose corn syrup.
I know that's right. Then don't let them shame you saying you bougie. You goddamn right, nigga, I'm bougie. And keep it pushing. Yep, she's agreeing, Brother Sean. Okay, so I'm gonna get into something. Let me bring on nephew Nuwa. I forgot who.
Pooh in the house.
Yeah, hey Nisi Pooh.
She's here too.
Yeah, she knows she could come up if she want to, but yeah, let us know if you want to come up. But I think she got the babies. Where the hell? Okay, let me bring on Nephew Nuwa. Somebody said something about immigration, and I was listening to one of the financial channels, and he pretty much said right what Brother Odel was saying last week when we were talking about the birth rate numbers.
Yeah.
And he said, and this was a white guy, and he said, well, you know, that's why immigration is ramped up. I had to rewind this shit a couple times.
Really?
Yeah. He sure did. So I'm like, so he's up on game. He knows exactly what's happening.
Well, because we're down to 1.8 for couple. We used to be at 2.2. Remember, 2.5 kids?
Right.
So now they need the workforce. I see.
Right. Of course they need the workforce. Absolutely. But yeah, I just thought that was absolutely interesting that a Caucasian person was like, yeah, you know, the birth rate numbers are in negative. So in the U.S., they're bringing over immigration. That's why we have immigration. And I was just shocked to hear him say that.
Most of them are Catholics and don't believe in abortion, and they have tons of babies.
Yeah, but even with that said, the white population numbers, if that's the ultimate goal, that's not going to save it. No. Like we talked about last week with Brother Odel. Now, again, for melanated people, that's on you. You having all these children.
I love that word.
As a collective, you're not doing a good job.
Yeah.
We have to keep it all the way real. Yeah, so just because your numbers are not in the negative, do you understand how many children you have to be having with the number of children that are dying? And even if you want to throw abortion into the equation, that's a lot of souls passing through this realm.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I say what I say, and I said what I said. It's not a badge of honor, nor an accomplishment to have all of these children have these high birth rates, and you're bringing these babies in this fucked up condition. Nothing has changed. Ain't nobody got the system together to make it comfortable for anyone. Mm-hmm. So it ain't no badge of honor. Okay? But I just wanted to bring that into play because I was shocked that he said that on that financial channel. So
I thought it was for the vote.
Huh?
I thought it was for the vote, but now they're going to go Republican because they're about family, they're about country, and they said they're switching over to Republican now. Most of them that's coming.
Yeah, that's the immediate hit, the vote. But
yeah,
dude was saying just like he let that slip. He this was a financial channel person. He let that slip, and he was talking like we was talking. He said, this is to bring in another workforce. So i.e. reset. Same difference.
Yeah, that means less work for our men. We have to not, who doesn't have blue collar or a higher.
Well, this is how I feel about that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. They ain't gonna do it anyway. Okay.
It don't matter. Let's
Nope.
say if they are gonna do it. Let's say that they are. Let's say that they're gonna wake up and say, you know what, lady with the scarf, I'm tired of your bullshit. We gonna start going to work. I still ain't satisfied. Because you have not built me a system where I can be comfortable and any future children can be comfortable. You steal everything you have to go to someone to get.
Right.
You're still at the bottom of the food chain, so I still ain't happy. Let's be motherfucking clear. Like I done told y'all last week, I'm bougie. I don't scrape at the bottom of the fucking barrel. So to lay up in another man's system where you're at the bottom of the barrel, that's like going to move in another man's house. What rank do you think you have? You have none. And anytime that man want to put you out, do whatever the fuck they want to do to you, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we have sunk so low, most don't even get that concept. Most still don't get it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They're not replacing nobody. That's just people that's gonna do the work that don't nobody else want to
do. That part too, nah.
Now, if all this shit is ours and they supposed to be giving it back for us to reclaim our shit, ain't they getting us a workforce? They dying off. So I mean, what are they fulfilling a contract?
Right.
By providing us with new servants, and that's up to us whether or not we want to play that.
Want to go that route?
Game.
Yeah.
And get caught up in a whole new
cycle. Exactly.
We decide that we want to be on top and have motherfuckers work for us. You also have to look at the fact that, considering the plans that they put in place and the 3 to 5 year expectation after the injection, they expect so many people to leave here.
Yeah.
That's basically just getting rid of a certain part of the population that they planned on getting rid of anyway.
Anyway, right.
But if you still here and you on top of your shit, why is you worried about that? And if you're going to play the political game, what you should be trying to figure out is how much these motherfuckers going to be breaking you off.
Right.
You're supposed to be figuring out what your cut is, what everybody's supposed to be giving you. Either way it go, we shouldn't keep being the victim.
I totally agree.
It's either you want to be a greedy landlord and you want to try and be on top, or we could just get rid of all of their bullshit and push it back the way we need it to be.
Right, and or rebuild.
Exactly, however we need it to be for us.
Exactly.
That's simple.
Right, and that's the crossroad that we're at as a melanated people. Because I have said, and I still stand on that, if they make a broad announcement while we on the air right now, flash it across the YouTube screen, on all social media, on all media, period. Black folk, now you are in power. Help me to understand, how are we, quote, quote, as a collective prepared?
We're not.
Exactly.
Well, motherfuckers gonna buy cars, big screen TV,
Trick off.
all type of shit. Instead of if like, let's say you buy a house and you have to rehab it. You go in there, you gut it out, you do everything you need to do, and then put it back together the way you want it. You don't just go live in it as is. And that's what I think people would do. They would just party till they fucking die.
Right.
I mean, within the first week, we probably gonna have a couple million people overdose. Because motherfuckers ain't going to work, they ain't getting up for shit. Everybody gonna have tons of weed, gallons of alcohol, this, that, or the other. And motherfuckers just gonna party till they fucking die.
Yep.
And then you still got greedy motherfuckers where enough ain't enough. They still gonna want to come fuck with somebody else's shit simply because they can.
Right.
I mean, without being healed or healthy. I think that would be the biggest mistake in the motherfucking world.
I totally agree.
Back right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No problem. People seem to forget before there was any colonization here. The motherfuckers here was fighting each other and taking each other goddamn land.
Exactly.
So until all of that is resolved within us, ain't shit ever gonna be right. Ever. It's another name for Willie Lynch, so to speak. It just keeps perpetuating itself.
Exactly.
Each generation. Until motherfuckers quit wanting to master some goddamn body else, learn to master your goddamn self.
Yourself.
Learn to control your own goddamn emotions. If you want something, learn to use your own goddamn hands to go out there and get it instead of making somebody else go out there and do some shit for you because you don't want to do it for your own ignorant, lazy ass self. Fuck you. I digress.
I 1000% agree. Go ahead, nephew. How are you doing? Uh-oh. Are you
Hey,
there?
Auntie, how y'all doing? Good evening. Good evening. Mic check.
Yep, we hear you now. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking. I just listened in the background, kind of discussed what we're hearing with the standard of the females now, because I know back in my time that smell test was number one.
Oh, okay. So y'all had the smell test in your generation. See, I didn't know.
That's what I'm saying. I learned it off myself. That wasn't even something I was taught. That was the standard.
So you in agreement that folks just nasty because you know folks is stinking and folks is still hitting it. So you know.
Yeah,
I'm just sad at the standard that has gone down, because I said it was a trophy to get the good gals. You know, it's like, oh yes, I have the one that doesn't. You know, it was a trophy, but now it seems like that's not even a standard. It's not even necessary. Like, so it's kind of sad that like the slackness is now normalized. You know, and it's really degenerating to our let's say our come up, because the kids are going to learn things they shouldn't be knowing at their age. They should be striving for better things. That was just something we did on the side. You get some pussy after you worked hard. But now it seems like you just get pussy just to get pussy.
Just to get some.
So what you worked hard for.
Exactly.
What you worked hard for.
And you know, you whores then brought the collective value of hoo-ha down.
Like a motherfucker. Inflation
you done brought the shit all the way down. I'm like, nigga, what? Yeah. Well, you need to go to that raggedy bitch. Why you over here? No, go.
Take a girl out. I used to have to go to the movies with her. I used to have to long talk it. I used to have to, kind of walk it to the park a little bit, kind of reach over to this arm stretch. Let me try to grab a titty.
People just funky now. I mean, hey, folks ain't even kissing, so
Well, Tinder exists now. That's what I'm saying. You can just let's just fuck. All right. It's that simple now.
Okay, well,
Standards are different. I Nick Cannon. When I heard about Nick Cannon, I'm like, damn, He doesn't even have proper girls around him. Like, you're supposed to have the best quality females
supposedly and allegedly, right? He take down bad bitches.
Yeah, but he called out Mariah though with that because he didn't excuse Mariah on that count. So he's kind of saying something when he said that.
Well, like I said,
he said all your bitches are
if I was Mariah, I would be so ashamed that was my husband and the father of my children. I would be flat out humiliated. And
proud,
and that's who's to say she ain't cussed his ass out behind that. So you trying to say my coochie was stinking? It just makes no sense. And people be dead serious about that. Huh?
But Anthony, I'm saying she knew the dick before she got to the dick. So I would think she was a more classier woman in the first place to not even mess with what we are now calling community dick.
Yeah, but he wasn't taking down people like that back then.
But I'm talking, okay, well, that's him.
He was a cornball. He was a cornball.
Well, how did the cornball get into her pants, though? Sorry, what was that, Uncle Sean?
I say, what made y'all think she was classy?
So that's the point. That's my point. That's my point.
And nephew's point. That's what the fuck he trying to tell me, Auntie. I don't know why you trying to say she was classy. Yeah, okay, you know, all right. Okay.
One time.
Okay, hey, I can't.
If it was classy, you would say everyone but Mariah. You know, all my whores, but you know, Mariah's good. Mariah's good. That's all men would do.
Mariah, you better go on and get your motherfucking ex and the father of your children.
Nah, you better call.
He out in these streets looking real bad, sus.
Nah, go call Erica one time. For one time, she knows how to get that shit right.
What you say, Brother Sean?
Say maybe she knows she's been having not so fresh moments.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Go call Erica Badu. Don't call him. No. Go call Erica. She knows how to get that pH level on.
I just really can't. I can't. Mariah, go on and get your ex girl. He talking on your hoo ha. Child, you better get your ex with that fuckery. So.
For Summer's Eve. Right.
Child, you know some whores be trying to Summer's Eve's up when they be needing to go to the doctor. So whores, don't be going up in there using, but you know, a lot of them ain't even using that no more, Brother Sean. I was told that's old fashioned. I'm like, bitch, you eat hot wings,
right?
McDonald's, Burger King, motherfucking the seafood boil, water, lemon water and apple cider vinegar water ain't your friend, whore. Vegetables ain't your motherfucking friend, and you trying to tell me, oh well, that's old fashioned not to be Summer's Eve. Bitch, you need to add bleach to that Summer's Eve. That's what I was told. They don't do that no more.
Some hydrogen peroxide or some shit.
So, what the hell ever. But let's be clear. When you know you got to go to the little doctor, don't be going running and getting the Summer's Eve and the Vagisil and all of that. Go on to the doctor and get your shit together. So folks just out in these streets just real bad. That's bad when adults are talking about hygiene.
Right.
About your privacy. Remember back in the day, privacy. Your privacy hygienes. That's bad. Can't get no more worse than that.
Because no, we know the standards. Like, yo, you can't go to a girl with your shit not smelling right because you want to get.
I mean that's high school stuff.
It's like, all right, let me just go wash off real quick one time for the one time. It's
right, and let's get it. Okay, we could get it cracking. You know, I had things to do, or you know, I hit you up later. I need to go home. Do woo da 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 do do da da. Y'all just funky.
It's crazy, huh?
Just funky.
Take a fresh before I go to the club, you know? That was a courtesy.
Mother Earth, just Come on, just wipe it all out. I'm in agreement. People down here with funky balls, crusty drugs, crusty pennies. They not washing their ass. They fucking wipe it all out. I'm in agreement. Mother Earth. I'm in agreement.
Because we just came from Rona, 2 years of being afraid of germs 6 feet apart, and then you get people like Nick Cannon talking about you got dirty dick all the place. I'm like, bro, like, you got freaking wipes everywhere, bro. You could at least, sanitize this shit before you got started. But
no,
again,
you ain't finna baby wipe no dick down. That you ain't finna do. You ain't finna. You shouldn't accept no woman taking no motherfucking whole bath. Bitch, get in that motherfucking tub. Wash your ass.
No, the baby wipe for when you about to bounce. After you did hit, you go ahead take a couple.
Okay, that I can understand. All right, that's acceptable. That's acceptable.
No, that's good. You weren't going
You talking about
home
some
with
wiping
dirty
down? What? No, the panties, all that shit coming straight the fuck on up. Well, I got my sports bra on. Let me zip this motherfucker up. I'm out of this bitch. Cause you know you're nasty.
I don't know, man. That's low shit. I don't know. We got standards over here.
Yeah, bottom line, people are nasty. You can't get no more lower than what people are. And they be sharp as a tack, honey. Be having on $2,000-$3,000 clothes. Kit Kat, armpits, breath, everything funky.
See it all the time. Like I say, I can see people coming out looking like $1 million. Have to go in their apartment, do a work order. Place is just horrible. I mean, the toilet nasty, sink nasty, everything. And you actually go in there and use the goddamn bathroom. You actually pull down your pants and set your ass and your vajayjay over that nasty shit, and then think somebody want to go down on you or touch you.
Child. And they be the main one blasting the music. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Talking about what somebody doing to them or what they doing for somebody, and all y'all funky and nasty, and I just smell VD through the song. Somebody got me fucking laughing.
I need to have an 8 test after those lyrics. Holy shit.
Woo, just funky.
It's crazy.
Oh, all right. So Brother Odel then came up, our cousin from the UK. It's a shame we have to have these conversations. Your American cousin's off the chain. Brother Odel, how are you, brother?
I'm good. Sisters, can you hear me? I'm here. You good?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Oh, I've had a trying week, man, with family. Oh gosh.
Oh, poor baby.
I know it's stuff that I can't. I mean, it's there's people you can't deal with, innit? Like they're just dumb, fam. So yeah, it's been a trying week, man. It's been a bit of an unexpected week. So I've had quite a few things on, so I've just had to get a few things sorted. But hopefully we can connect this weekend. But yeah, I've been with my dad a lot this week and just sorting out some stuff we didn't expect to sort out. Some people are just, even though over here we have some people who are a bit nasty, doing things they shouldn't be doing. So it just meant that we've had to make a lot of adjustments. So yeah, but anyway, other than that, it's been, I'm good. But you lot are having a bit of an interesting time, to say the least.
Yeah. Well, I do, you go ahead on and catch your breath. I'm going to bring up a topic. We're going to get off of funky box, funky hot pockets, and eggplants and sour eggplants. We're going to get off of that.
People won't be eating that anymore.
And I really don't appreciate the vegetable getting thrown into that. Yeah. I didn't even plant no eggplants this year because y'all done just straight up disgust me. I didn't even bother growing a little vegetable this year. Shit. Okay. So, I shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. He put out a video, was it this morning? I think it was this morning. Yeah, because I think I was sipping on my coffee before my marathon of meetings. He put out a video about the Freedmen's bank records. Yeah, Brother Odel. So shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. He does excellent work.
He is.
We are a huge supporter of that brother on this channel. So I kind of want to go over that. We've talked about this whole idea of what the freedmen are. And, you know, now folks are coming up with a movement trying to get reparations based on freedmen. Okay. So I know it's laughable. So we're going to get into what Brother Kui Mayo broke down. Now, the day before, Brother Topcats played a hearing out of Oklahoma, and he did a drop on that. And it was fire, y'all, because they were hitting the questions about who's responsible for the agreement that was made for quote, quote, African Americans. And we know what that hijack is. That was a part of the tribes, them getting payouts. So you literally saw this dialogue between the 5 civilized tribe representatives. And
were they all mean?
Huh?
Were they all mean?
Yeah, well, it was one woman up there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was one woman. Yeah, she looked mixed at a minimum.
All right.
She looked mixed with something, but of course, all of the rest of the men's look like white men to me. So the 5 civilized tribes were at that hearing. And then you had U.S. representatives, and then you had people in the Oklahoma government. They're all having this dialogue. And the interesting part about it, though, the U.S. government representative and the 5 civilized tribe, the U.S. government that representative was giving the questions to the 5 civilized tribes, you know, pretty much saying you're responsible for the payouts that people on your rolls are supposed to be getting. And that's including, quote, quote, the freedmen based on this 1866 treaty. And so go check out that video. If some of my BCU fam is in the chat, please drop that video in the chat. Go check out that video, because, baby, them questions was like, boom, boom, they were hard hitting. And you had the 5 civilized tribes throwing it back in the U.S. government's lap. Well, no, you know, that's not our responsibility. I was blown away. And not to mention, Brother Odel, the 5 civilized tribes basically said, we are the administrators.
Oh,
I'm telling you, Brother Odel, baby, let me tell you something. They told a lot in that hearing. They told a lot. So if some of the BCU fam is there, drop that link. If not, I'll try to find the link before this show is over. So that's another one to watch as well. Shout out to LTC. If you're not subscribed, go over there and subscribe to Legendary Topcats. That was really, really, really a good show. It's great dialect. And you all are going to catch the gems. So,
remember the part where the one senator was saying that he said it was 100% of the U.S. government's fault that African Americans and Native Americans are at it with each other.
Yeah. I'm telling you, y'all, I was like, oh, clutch the pearls. Yes, they did.
And run.
Yeah, it was pretty powerful. It was pretty. Yes, they did. They most certainly did.
Good evening to the panel, by the way, everybody, because I didn't even get my evenings out to everybody, but I'll go this far. The U.S. government is in name only.
Exactly.
That's why they, as we explained, Rhonda, that's why we know they're and this is the term I'm using, they're absolving themselves of all responsibilities.
Yep.
And I'm using that term specifically, but go ahead, sister.
Yep. And that's why I'm like, oh my God, Brother Odel gotta watch this. Yeah, because that's exactly what the so-and-so they were doing. That's exactly what they were doing. So I'm trying to bring up.
So they didn't say they were the trustees or nothing, huh?
Well, you know how we roll. If you say you the administrator, what does that mean?
Same thing.
Or the council for, some were council for, and had little titles like that.
Yeah. Here's the vid. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in the chat.
Okay, I like to see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna pin that one. I'm gonna pin that one to the chat because, child, I'm like, whoo, baby, no, they didn't. But yeah, they did. So that's one worth definitely checking out. And you're gonna see the one senator or whatever, a lady. I think she was a senator. Child, I can't remember, but she was hitting hard on them questions. And they was passing a buck. The 5 civilized tribes, well, no, that's your responsibility. It's very, very interesting dialogue.
I think I'm trying to figure out, though, with all that. Okay, all they claims is coming through that Trail of Tears and the Freedmen thing, but who were the indigenous people there before they got relocated in Oklahoma?
Right.
There's just so much stuff that need to come out. I mean,
right. But see, what wasn't no indigenous people were represented
exactly
in that conversation, and that's later on in the video, in Top Cat's video, he had a panel, and that was the reoccurring theme. And pretty much that's what he said. There was no representation there for the indigenous people.
Correct.
So you literally have people. Yeah, you literally have people arguing and making decisions on your stuff on your behalf, and you're not anywhere in the equation.
There you go.
That's
where they say this. Remember, we're lost.
Yeah, there's no women.
That's where they are getting fucked at. That's why the government is pulling back from helping them.
Yep.
This, that, or the other. They
because they know
they ass no more.
Yep.
This, that, or the other. So I mean, it's up to us. They're exposing them because they're the ones that's going on there begging for more shit. This, that, or the other. I mean, in order for us to make certain claim, we'd have to do it from the aspect of being a citizen in coalition with them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But if we're saying that all of this shit is fraudulent, and we know that they know the truth because they got all the records, this, that, or the other, we should be hitting them all a whole, complete, and other way. Because everything that these folks sitting up on here talking, all it is proof of their crimes and their involvement in the crime.
Exactly.
That these motherfuckers didn't cut deals, this, that, or the other. What we should be figuring out is what the fuck everybody owes.
Exactly.
And considering that our bloodlines are so intermingled, and whether a lot of people want to admit it or not, a lot of people here have indigenous European blood.
Yep.
Now, since motherfuckers want to play games, why not find out who your people is over in Europe too? You might still have some motherfucking land there. So let's put the whole bitch on lockdown.
Yep, put it all online. That's what I say.
Let's pull the whole goddamn indigenous planet as far as for
absolutely
those who ain't cutting no goddamn deal. We just pull this whole motherfucker together and just shut it down and get rid of everybody completely off of mama. Not just so much as getting motherfuckers off the Americas. Let's get them off the whole
everything. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All indigenous people. If your shit been took, I don't care if it's by quote unquote another indigenous tribe, fuck them too. That's why motherfuckers got to be careful about who and what you claim.
Right.
So all you motherfuckers that sit up to be claiming to be the 5 civilized tribes, this, that, or the other, them were the motherfuckers that took shit from every goddamn body. That was a coalition of goddamn tribes that cut deals, this, that, or the other.
Right.
So if you motherfuckers want to talk about reparations, let's talk about what the 5 civilized tribes owe the rest of us.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's just so many different ways that we go about this, but the bottom line is motherfuckers owe the indigenous people.
Bottom line.
I don't care which goddamn part of mama you come from. I don't care if you're on the left titty, the right titty, the left thigh, the right thigh.
Right.
We got the same goddamn mama.
That's right. That's
long
right.
as you ain't fighting against mama, long as you ain't being unnatural, okay, we can work this shit out together.
Exactly.
Other than that, fuck you.
No, totally agree. And that's why it's important that indigenous people over in the Americas, you rep that European part. This is why it's important. It's very important. I understand quite well. That's why it's important. Yep. Family from here, check. Yep. Family from there, check. That's why those things are important. Okay?
Shit got stole everywhere. And that's why it shouldn't bother you to find out who your people are.
It shouldn't bother you at all.
Because in your motherland or your other land, you might have shit too.
That's
you
right.
got karma and shit you got to deal with there too.
That is correct. That is correct. So check out that vid. It should be, I think, I see it pinned up in the chat, and it's in the comments towards the bottom. So let's get into Brother Kui Mayo's. But yeah, that video, I'm telling you, y'all, that was a hot video. Because I was sitting like, they don't really understand behind the scenes what they're really telling them. Because first thing came to my mind when he said the 5 civilized tribe man, and I forget which nation he was from, what he was representing, said we are the administrators.
Ooh.
And I said in the chat, I said, I want to see what's in that trust.
Yeah.
Because, bro, that's what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
I want to see who's in the trust, who's the beneficiaries. So it was a very, very interesting dialogue. Extremely interesting.
I just like the fact that the US government that was there, which is in name only, was behaving like the big bad bully.
Yeah, that lady drilled. That lady drilled them. That tribe man. I was like, what? And it wasn't no one question. She was back to back to back. She was like, boom, a boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. And he was like, well, that's not our responsibility. That's your responsibility. It was really, really telling. So,
yeah,
it's a lot of huge things going on. You may not think that it's not, but it is. That was some pretty profound, important stuff that they're talking about. So those of you that have put in the work, doing your genealogy, standing on your family's records, don't think that they don't hear you. Oh, they hear. Trust and believe they hear. Just because mainstream media ain't talking about it, although I know they talking about it, because now you have all these ancestry stuff popping up, and now they have to backtrack. You all need to pat yourself on the back. Because it was this small little community that everybody talked about like 4 dogs. You did that. I have seen the big dogs come back and retract them slavery numbers. Skip Gates' ass himself had to come back and retract that shit. From in the millions, now he into what, a couple of 100,000. Had you not doing what you are doing, they would have kept running with that lie. Do not take your foot off their neck. Keep standing on who you are. Keep standing on the truth. Because contrary to what any of them tell you, truth is the highest frequency. It's up there with love. It goes hand in hand. Mm-hmm. And it cannot be defeated. Stand on what you say. Because they can't take that away from you. They know who you are. If you can go pull the records, you don't think they know who you are?
They pull them too.
Okay, so you all give yourself a round of applause. All of that shit people talked. Don't think that they don't hear you. They do. They trying to remix that shit. When I tell you they scrambling, they trying to remix it. They trying to, but we on that ass, baby. You ain't finna remix the motherfucking thing. So don't think you could drag the Freedmen on into this and lump everybody on that. Bitch, we got the records for that too. Keep doing what you are doing. Just this little small rut of a community. Even with all the fucked upness, people being immature, arguing and fighting and all that shit, even with all of that, you're sparking a lot in them. Keep standing on it. Keep cleaning your own house, getting your shit together. Keep getting prepared. Because when you get it, you have to nurture it and take care of it. You have to clean it up and take care of it. So no different women when you coming up out of that perm and what you got to do with them perm ends. All that shit got to be cut the fuck off. So the new growth, the healthy growth can come into play. That's what you have to be prepared to do. Okay? Keep doing what you are doing. Pat yourself on the back. All them people that talk shit, every last one of them communities that talk that bullshit, all of them are backtracking, baby. Because they done painted themselves in the corner. Like we told you they would. Because at the end of the day, you could say whatever the fuck you feel, what you feel my heritage is, what you feel I'm ashamed of. But bitch, this is what my bloodline is. Not what you feel. There's no defeating that. Keep doing it. But also prepare. You have to be prepared to be the true caretakers of the land like you are supposed to. You have to be prepared. So keep going. And if you got people that's on that, that perm side that you growing out, when it's time, when you got that new growth in and you ready to rock your little twist, whatever the case may be, or your, beautiful ass, natural curly fro, you ready to rock your shit, you don't keep those perm pieces on there. That shit gets cut off. So be prepared. Because your hair ain't going to be hitting nor healthy when you got all this beautiful new growth underneath it and you got this dead ass, because that's dead. Literally, that's dead hair at this point. Hanging on. You can't have both. So that means you have to be prepared to cut some motherfuckers off. They ain't ready.
Yep. That's true.
Okay? So pat yourselves on the back. Shout out to everyone in the community, quote, quote, that's put in all the hard work, spreading the message, the content creators. Shout out to you all. Keep going. Don't take your foot off of their necks. It is genealogy. Stand on who you are. Get your personal house in order. Get ready to start building up the skills to be true leaders. That's what it's gonna take. Sit the bullshit to the side. This grown woman, grown man shit. Now, see, I don't know about y'all, but as Brother Sean say, but in my generation, little boys know not to step to no motherfucking grown, whole ass grown woman. This is grown folk business. So that means bullshit, pettiness, childishness. You ain't serious. And that's fine. You don't have to be serious. You just get left behind. But for those that's really about they grown shit, don't let up. Pat yourself on the back. Keep pushing. Stay focused. Because it may not seem like it, but what I saw in that hearing, oh, you got them talking. The backtracking that I'm seeing with some of these folks that's been teaching this narrative for decades. Oh, they're backtracking. They're not doing that out of the kindness of their fucking hearts. They're doing it because of you. You're standing up and saying, I know the fuck you ain't talking to me. You can't be. Keep it going. All right. So let's get into Brother Kuimeo. And shout out to him. Oh, shit, I did have something else. God doggone it. I know I had another house cleaning. Okay, so I don't know how this who created this change.org petition. Let me just show my screen real quick. Okay, so I got this off of LTC's channel. There is a petition going around. They started it from change.org. I don't know who started it. Oh yeah, I do. It says SW Speaks. So shout out to whoever SW Speaks is. Shout out to you, baby. So as you can see, this is a petition to the United States Congress. So we'll just read through this right quick. Okay, so they're trying to get to 5,000. And I think, I don't know if this came out yesterday. Okay. So it says, it is sincere hope this letter finds you in good spirit and positive vibes. As a member of the American Indian Indigenous American population, it is with deep concern that you assistance is being sought. I'm assuming that was your assistance is being sought. Though multiple facets of seeking personalized self-identification as an American Indian on official documents and presented forms, these concerns continue to arise where this situation remains to face debate or questioning from parties on the receiving end. It is the American Indian whom has faced unfortunate misnomers of false labeling, inaccurate identities associated with our communities and family members. In addition to governmental tactics to strategically present wrong terms of identification purposely placed upon our ancestors and ourselves. It was first made public via the implementation of the Racial Integrity Act instituted by the Virginia General Assembly, charted from the direction of Walter Plecker to label all persons whom are non-white as colored. These implications proceeded in legal arenas to further these inaccurate labels as Negro, Black, and now African American. In the duress of such circumstances, there are several persons who have suffered from misguided information about their lineages, have not been fortunate to benefit from opportunities based on heritages, and wrongful cultural assumptions via other parties within their interactions, organization participation, as well as governmental entities. At this time, as an American Indian, I am presenting this petition to you with demand that the misnomer of African American or Black either cease from presentation on document options or be presented on documents with the following disclaimer: African American / Black, not American Indian. All the while, when this option is presented, those parties in receipt of such documents do not assumptively identify presenting parties as African American / Black based on their visual phenotype. Not only is that assumption based on prejudice and racist tactics, it is degrading to the heritage of those facing this assumption. Those whom facing such notions are descendants of those whom are Aboriginal and indigenous to America, predating colonial times and prior. According to the standards from the United Nations, being a descendant of American Indians and those indigenous to these lands are protected to be able to not only self-identity, but also are able to regard it and respect it for the recognition and personal identification. The United Nations presented the necessity to recognize the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights of indigenous peoples, which derive from their political, economic, and social structures and from their cultural, spiritual traditions, histories, and philosophies, especially their rights to their lands, territories, and resources. The following articles are presented within 61/295 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, adopted into circulation on September 13th, 2007. And I'm just smiling because we went over all of that. So this is just so wonderful, fam. Article. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
That was one of our sisters, right? What's her name? I forget.
Who, sis Cheryl?
Cheryl, yeah.
Yeah, hers was a little different.
But this kind of like jumped off of from there, probably.
Yeah. And sis Cheryl, shout out to her. She's with the ancestors now. Only flaw with that was she put the Moorish stuff in. That's why I couldn't get behind it. Because I understood once you put that Moor stuff in there, it muddied it.
Yeah.
That and also putting in a specific Moorish indigenous tribe and was kind of lumping everybody in that. And I'm like, that's not my story. That's not my people. Okay. But this is really the route. Okay. So let's go into Article 1, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Article 1, indigenous peoples have the right to full employment as a collective or as individuals of all 8 human rights and fundamental freedoms as recognized in the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and international human rights laws. Article 2, indigenous peoples and individuals are free and equal to all other peoples and individuals and have the right to be free from any kind of discrimination in the exercise of their rights, in particular that based on their indigenous origin or identity. Article 3, indigenous people have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. From American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, adopted June 15, 2016. Okay, so the next article, right to cultural identity and integrity. Indigenous peoples have the right to their own cultural identity and integrity and to their cultural heritage, whether tangible or intangible, including historical and ancestral heritage, and to the protection, preservation, maintenance, and development of that cultural heritage for their collective continuality and that of their members, and so as to transmit their heritage to future generations. Now, I want y'all to be clear. You understand that this is coming from the United Nations. But let's continue. 2, states shall provide redress through effective mechanisms which may include restitution, development, developed in conjunction with indigenous people with respect to their cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual property taken without their free, prior, and informed consent or in violation of their laws, traditions, and customs. Indigenous people have the right to recognize and respect for all their ways of life, cosmovisions, wow, cosmovisions, spirituality, uses, customs, norms, tradition, forms of social, economics, and political organization, forms of transmission of knowledge, institution, practices, beliefs, value, dress, and languages, recognizing their interrelationship as established in this declaration. Now, this should sound familiar to you all that's been rocking with us. Remember, we went over that Civil Rights Act of 1968?
Yep, still have it.
Assumption by the state of civil jurisdiction. Section 402. A. The consent of the United States is hereby given to any state not having jurisdiction over civil causes of action between Indians or to which Indians are party which arise in the areas of Indian country situated within such states to assume, with the consent of the tribe occupying the particular Indian country or part thereof which would be affected by such assumptions, such measure of jurisdiction over any or all such civil causes of action arising within such Indian country or any part thereof as may be determined by such state, to the same extent that such state has jurisdiction over other civil causes of actions and those civil laws of such state that are of general application to private persons or private property shall have the same force and effect within such Indian country as part thereof as they have elsewhere within that state. So, child, that was a lot. But pretty much what they're telling you here is that you as an indigenous person of the land, which number one, you shouldn't need the United Nations to come out and tell you what your inherited divine natural law rights are. But this whole sentence is telling you basically that they really shouldn't even have jurisdiction over you and any private persons. So you should be able to move and navigate like private people do in the private sector. Okay? Now, those that understand public and private, you all know, you know what it is. B. Nothing in this section shall authorize the alienation, encumbrance, or taxation of any real or personal property, including water rights, belonging to any Indian or Indian tribe, band, or community that is held in trust. See, remember I was telling y'all, I want to know what's in their trust. That is held in trust by the United States or is subject to a restriction against alienation imposed by the United States or shall authorize regulation of the use of such property in a manner inconsistent with any federal treaty, agreement, or statute, or with any regulation made pursuant thereto, or shall confer jurisdiction upon the state to adjudicate and probate proceedings or otherwise the ownership of or rights to possession of such property or any interest therein. Now, as you all are going to check out Top Cat's video that he did on that hearing with the 5 civilized tribes, the Oklahoma state people, and that I don't know if that person was a senator or a Congress person. This section here, you're going to hear that tribal chief talk about they are the administrators. So they were speaking on the trust. Okay? That's what they were speaking on. So the hidden language that was going on between the senator lady, I can't remember if she was senator, whoever, the U.S. lady, and that tribal chief, she was basically saying, you know that the assets are held in a trust. You have been granted as an administrator of that trust. Why aren't you not administering the benefits to these other beneficiaries? That's really what they were saying. Now, here's the catch for the indigenous people of the Americas. You should not want anyone to hold your assets into trust on your behalf. You
Brother
should.
Odell,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Brother Odell wants to be unmuted.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Please, baby. I want you to jump in. Yes. Let me unmute. Oh, dig. I don't know why it does y'all like that.
Sorry, right there. I can't believe they admitted that. I can't believe they just admitted
I know.
that.
I want you to put something on it.
Yeah, I'll let you finish up first, but the fact they've admitted it's inappropriate, that's alluding to the trust that we speak on, that we talk with the Ancestor 2 AKB. They're alluding to it because of the issue, what happened over here with the Treaty of Verona 1213, when the lordal titles got taken. But I want you to finish up. But that's really interesting to admit to that. Go ahead.
Yes, that's why I was hoping that you showed up tonight. All of that stuff that jumped off. Shout out to Legendary Topcats, and then we'll get into Brother Kui Mayo. They laid it out this week, baby. Because when they were saying that, I said, "Whoo, Brother Odell got to get a hold." I'm blown away. Do you understand me? That they are admitting
so far.
that they put all this stuff up in trust.
Yeah.
Shit, now.
How many
years ago we did that?
The fact that they're actually admitting it, the fact that we've exposed how they've done it, but the fact that they're even admitting it in the public, we've exposed how they've done it here. We know all this stuff here. We've been killing it here. We've long done since killed it here. But it's the fact that in the public they're admitting it.
Yep.
Sir.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to find my place. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I think you were in D.
No, she was getting ready to go to C. She had just finished B.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Nothing in this section shall authorize the alienation, encumbrance, and etc.
Mm-hmm.
That is held in trust. So in order for something to be held in trust, you have to have had a treaty or an agreement with them. What about the ancestors that didn't cut those deals?
Exactly.
Agreed.
Or nothing.
Exactly.
And you have to realize that the United Nations, that's a Rockefeller creation.
Yes, agreed.
Yes, that's all part of the system. That's one side against the other side. But allegedly and supposedly Trump and the Patriots are battling the Rockefellers and them and undoing what they're doing. At the same time, not mentioning us.
Exactly.
Who we truly are. So if there was really going to be true disclosure, the term African American wouldn't exist. They already telling us we can't use certain words or certain phrases because it offends certain people.
Right.
Well, they know by now that we're offended by being called African American.
Right.
So why that shit ain't done away?
Exactly.
It's just, we can't go by anything that they're telling us. They don't have the authority to put anybody's shit in trust to begin with.
Exactly.
So we just have to figure out a complete and separate way of doing what we got to do.
Exactly.
By hook, by crook, however we got to do it. We already see that mama doing her part.
Right.
If we ain't figured out how to link in to her and do what we need to do, that's our fault.
That's right.
That part.
But we can't rely on anything that they're saying because it's all a distraction. They know who the fuck we are. The only way that's going to be acknowledged is for us to be who the fuck we are. If we say we can do all this, that, and other, that we have this special relationship with mama, make it happen. Then we ain't got to ask permission for shit. We ain't got to submit no paperwork, talk about no paperwork, remind them of no paperwork.
Nope.
They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They're
Absolutely.
surviving.
That's right.
Off of our trust.
They can't survive without the system in place. So these motherfuckers will tell you anything, promise you anything. Cast spell after spell.
That's right.
If you keep consenting to those spells, if you're still weak enough to submit to those spells, that's what they're going to do. That's all they got.
Yep.
Mandate.
Distractions and spells. That's all they keep throwing at. In hopes that you'll just be like, fuck it, okay. I feel sorry for you. They play the love game on you because they know we're the most loving being in the universe. So they constantly throw unconditional love up at you, knowing that they ain't got a bit of love and they got their soulless bodies. They use every bit of who and what you are against you because you still have not embraced wholly who and what you are. They have no power. This is over. All this is desperation. Why do you think that they all of a sudden bring this hearing out at this time when all this shit is going on?
Come on, tell it now.
If we're supposed to be going beyond this, if we're supposed to be leaving this 3D shit behind, that includes that.
Absolutely.
Because nobody knows 100% who the fuck they are. The further you go back, that's more and more people. And that's more and more people that have been fucking outside of the tribe. So how many different tribes the fuck are we really? The people that you are creating bloodlines with. How many motherfucking tribes is that person? Do you know all of those tribes? Because that's a part of who your child is. Mm-hmm. If you don't know who the fuck you had your child with, you don't really know who the fuck your child is.
Oop.
If we have the right of self-determination, and we know that all these terms that we're holding on to so dearly are part of colonization, slavery, low vibrational existence. Why would you still embrace that? Were any of us told orally that we had to take up these contracts that our ancestors entered in?
Nope.
My grandparents told me a lot of stuff, but they never told me I had to continue the contracts that they entered into. I don't have to accept that. That's not my burden to carry. Their contracts ended with them.
That's right.
What contracts do you have now that are going to bring you back because you didn't fulfill your contract? You can't blame your ancestors for you not fulfilling your contract. Your ancestors ain't stopped you from knowing who you are. That's still your purpose. That's still your journey. But it's easier to blame other people. It's easier to be a victim than to be accountable as a creator. You want to be the big boss. You want to run everything. Responsibility and accountability comes along with that.
That is correct.
So, until you can master yourself, you ain't mastering nobody or nothing else, period. Just like they ain't mastering you. You sit up and say that, okay, I'm a descendant of the star. How much do you actually listen to the motherfucker? How many of y'all wind up in jail? How many of y'all drive without license anyway? How many of y'all don't give a fuck about shit that they talk about for real until you want something?
Oh.
Other than that, it's fuck the police, fuck the white man, fuck this job.
Ooh, that was a body jab right there.
But it's true. They'll quit. They'll walk off the job, do all type of shit like that. They don't want to work for a black person. They don't want to work for a white person. They'll walk off anybody motherfucking job. They can do that. They can put that much energy into saying, fuck this man and fuck his system, who won't use none of that energy on self.
Wow.
But I digress.
All right. So just real quick, and then we gonna get back into this. Where did the comment go? Princess High says it's in the trust, but natives are the beneficiaries because we not claiming American Indian, and the Indians overseas were next to rob the trust. So I'm gonna say again, because we went into detail, Brother Odel went into detail, how they constructed that trust. This ain't no good position still to be in, and that's what Brother Sean was just saying. Yeah. This ain't no good position to be in. Because again, if you're telling me that I'm supposedly and allegedly a beneficiary of a trust, so meaning I'm supposed to be receiving benefits of the assets that are held in this trust, and you as the administrator / trustee are responsible for making sure that I get said assets out of trust as a beneficiary, how come I don't know what's in the trust? Yeah. See, I don't come to play games with these people. You're not going to sit up and throw trust. Okay. Show me that trust. And I even called out the Native Americans. Y'all running around here. You don't even know what the said benefits / assets are in said trust.
Because they're giving them privileges.
They're giving them privileges.
Benefit, which is not a benefit. You see, so there's two differences there. A privilege is not a benefit. It's still commercial.
Exactly.
So the whole thing is a crock of fraud. It's still commercial. You've not seen no Lord titles, you've not seen no land titles, no nothing. Apparently, all we know is that this. Apparently, all we know is that there is this trust. No one seen no titles, deeds. No one seen no deeds and deeds anyway. Nobody seen no nothing. No titles, no nothing.
No.
But apparently there's this trust. But I keep going.
Well,
let me give him his explosion. Of course, damn you, explosion. I don't appreciate it. Exactly.
So I believe one of the things that is really the problem is they're hiding it, because under their constitution, no Indian or person of African descent can ever be an American citizen. So, and under the concept of prisoners of war, they really take care of everything. That's where it's under, is the fact that they declared us prisoners of war.
We dealt with it all, but Sandra, we dealt with the War on Land Convention.
Right.
We've exposed that. We've exposed that because they're still using the War on Land Convention to this day. We know that because obviously every time everybody does a commercial charge with their commercial fiat, we get receipts. We've proven that the War on Land Convention is still in existence right now. They're committing war against the indigenous people. I can agree with you on that. I agree with you on that front. As a non-decay with a Mr. These titles that they've issued you with, non-decay, which means an enemy combatant. It's French term, it's an enemy combatant. Right. That's why you've got the Mr. whatever, Miss this or Miss that or Mr. this or Mr. I get that. That's because what happened over here with the feudalism stuff. I know about it because obviously over here we learn about feudalism, which is what you lot don't have over there. That's one of the missing elements, is that we have feudalism over here, where there was no middle class. There was either the elite, which works for the Jesuits in the Vatican, and then everybody else was poor, which is what we're going back to in the World Economic Forum, which I've got a document on that, which I'll leave till later on, because I don't want to distract where the sister's coming from. I've got some stuff on that, but I'll leave that for now. I don't want to digress. But what I want to get to is the fact that with the feudalism, they've got these titles, Mr., Mrs., and obviously you've got barons, dukedoms, and all the rest of it, which is the highest statuses. All with the War on Land Convention. I agree with you, Sandra. But my issue is still coming back to this. Everything is still, with the maritime system in place, the last of this Pisces construct, everything is still commercialized.
Yep.
Or even the warfare is still commercialized. I just want to get into the commercial. I never want to leave this charging commercial stuff, because everything is being, no matter what it is, whether it's war, it's commercialized. Whether it's titles, it's commercialized. Whether it's land, it's commercialized. They've commercialized everything, under the Pisces construct, right? Now that construct, I'm still with our sister Bob, I agree with her. That construct, we're still not seeing no titles. Whatever the titles they have, whether they're non-degays, whatever titles they're issuing, whether they're crown copyright, I don't care what it is, we're not seeing the titles. We know in terms of the birth certificate stuff, okay, fair enough, but that's still an illusion anyway.
Exactly.
But the original, the larger titles, original titles, none of these chieftains or these Indians, none of them are talking about none of those larger titles. Now, not only that, they can't, and I agree with you, Sancho, they can't claim to have the land because of being India, because India is not in the Americas. We all know where India is.
Right.
That gets back to Hindustan. That area called India is Hindustan. This is what the Jesuits do. This gets back into this mental mud flood stuff the me and sister have been talking about. Because over there, that's all Hindustan. That's even Nippon. Where they're called Japan now is now. Even where Argentina with Patagonia, all they've changed all the countries. They've commercialized all the countries through what's called the UPU, with the Postal Convention. And all the countries are all Jesuit commercial jurisdictions. United States PLC is a Jesuit jurisdiction. They're all commercial jurisdictions. Everything has been commercialized under this Pisces construct, right? So these, you're right. For information, Indians can't claim that. You're correct, because everything has been commercialized. The whole thing has been commercialized. So I don't care what it is; it's all been commercialized, regardless. And again, this is what gets alluding back to what the sister's been saying with what she mentioned earlier on with the trust stuff. If it's held in trust, there has to be an asset. So the US government Sandra, there's no assets. Again, as we've proven on here with the Clearfield Doctrine, everything is in name only. So all the so-called titles, if there were any, are not in the US. because with Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1933, when they took off the gold standard, what happened to the so-called offices of the U.S. so-called government? What happened to them, Sandra?
Yeah, that's truth. I agree with you.
Is that when they went to Puerto Rico or?
Yeah, Puerto Rico, and they were bankrupt.
Okay, so the allegedly went to Puerto Rico, but remember, we've discussed this. What happened in 1933 with Franklin Delano Roosevelt when they got the War Powers Act?
They went
and they had a bank holiday.
Right, they did a bank run, right, and confiscated the gold and issued debt notes.
Yeah, right. So that's where the Fed we are today with the Federal Reserve. Okay, let's keep going. We're going somewhere.
Okay, I ran out of steam. What else? Well, then of course, Federal Reserve was implemented.
Yeah, they went bankrupt, and they
where were the offices transferred? That's the clue I'm giving you.
Oh, transferred?
You're not talking about to the Bank of International Settlement?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was getting there. I was trying to go through all the agencies.
So therefore, the international commercial system, as done to ancestor to KB, has been operated since 1933 onwards, which we've exposed under their foreign commissionary citus trusts. Remember, I talked about that last week. And so all the international commerce is underway, the Bank of International Settlements with the IMF and the Vatican. So the titles are not even with the US government because it's not sovereign. That's why it's in name only.
They're having a conversation with themselves, technically.
Yeah.
So what are these tribes arguing over? Because where is the trust?
Right.
The trust is not in the US, and the US government is not sovereign.
No,
working
it's not.
So what are these tribes arguing over?
Right, and that's why I was trying to keep it simple, saying why isn't anybody asking? Why aren't these beneficiaries asking what are the assets in this trust?
They don't have rights to that information.
And where are the assets for that matter?
Right, because where we're going at, we should all understand now, based on what Brother Odel has been telling us, showing us with the receipts, and what I keep throwing to y'all every now and then. I know it's going to take time to understand. It all ultimately rolls up to the Vatican.
Right, the Vatican. They have it. They have tons of gold. Tons of it.
It's deeper than gold, though.
I know everything.
We're talking land,
labor and energy.
Land, everything.
And we're talking the souls, energy,
contracts,
the realm. Exactly. That's what we're talking about. But if we want to stick to the physical assets, he just walked you through. We talked about the 1933 bankruptcy. Confiscation of the gold, the issuing of the debt note, the standing up of the Fed Reserve.
Yeah.
Which, that's rolls up to the IMF, the Banking International Settlement.
Central Bank.
That's housing the paperwork for said assets and doing the transactions. But ultimately, the holder of all of it is the Vatican.
Yes.
So we should stop really going to court to the U.S. government for this information.
Yes, because the U.S. government is in name only.
Exactly.
They don't have any rights. All their assets got liquidated, and they're just.
Thank you.
Exactly. Can you say that again, nephew?
I said all their assets got liquidated. They don't have anything in trust.
They don't have shit to give you.
Transferred over to the Vatican. So that conversation that those 5 tribes were having with the government representative was basically, they're asking who has the receipt. Can I see the receipt? No, you can't see the receipt.
No, you can't see it.
Oh, okay.
Who has the
receipt? What Sean is saying. That's why I agree with Brother Sean. Because there is no trust.
Exactly.
There's no U.S. trust. Everything is being transferred to the Bank of International Settlement.
Exactly.
That trust got liquidated.
Now, the only thing it could possibly maybe be is if they have a pseudo trust with, like Brother Odel said, just a list of privileges.
Yes,
that's all.
The foreign commissionary, foreign 5 commissionary citus trusts. That's what they are. We'll go through it. I've got information. I will talk about it, but that's what they're using. And it's a fake trust, like Sean said. There is no trust. It's an illusion of a trust to make sure to get back to what happened back then, in order to for them to run this so-called system. But anything of any significance and real assets, the Bank of International Settlements has everything has any of the original what are so-called titles.
They have the title.
They're holding the paperwork on behalf of the Vatican, though. Let's be clear.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, because all the offices in the US have been transferred to the internationally. So right now, any so-called assets are being held by the BIS, and which I'll read their chart. I've got it up. I've got it with me so far already, but we just don't see it. It's not on the screen. The BIS, we've already I've got the chart. But my point is that any so-called assets would allude back to what Brother Shard is saying, back to which references anything to do with the indigenous people being on the land as original people. Any of that sort of information, which alludes back to the original points of the bloodlines, will be with the Bank of International Settlements. That's why they've moved it from the US, because they've got to keep the truth away from the people.
Exactly.
So anything everyone is arguing over in the US right now, no, Sean's right. Anything of any significance which would allude back to the indigenous or the original people is being held with the Bank of International Settlements, as it is the same over here in this country, because we got cested to AKB even before that. So the World Trust operating through the and I call it the Roman Curia, which is the only government on this third dimensional plane, the only government that of any significance. And I've showed you what that looks like, because I've showed you pictures of it and stuff like that. The Roman Comarium is the only government that's administrating any real sort of trust, and they've got any references to any real titles or anything of any significance. They've been held with the Bank of International Settlements, and that's what's allowing international global commerce to run right now. So the Fed is the banking arm of the Jesuits. They're all, but the real titles is with the Bank of International Settlements.
Exactly.
Or anything of significance anyway.
Exactly.
But not over here.
No, and you just answered, because Princess High, you're still not getting it, because she just typed in the chat, there's a twist in that VA native tribes getting the land back. They ain't the original people still sleeping. I don't think you understand what we're telling you.
No land to get back.
And that's the trap they keep you in.
Right, exactly.
And specifically the trap that people want to keep submitting paperwork, because you're not understanding this concept of where the true assets are held. So I'm going to say this again. The U.S. government has nothing to give you but privileges.
Yes.
They only exist.
They don't have any land to give you.
Correct.
That is why land, you never hold true title to land.
Yes.
Because they're giving you that title and they don't.
The U.S. government is not sovereign.
Bankrupt.
Holy shit. They're giving you a land title and they don't even have real sovereignty.
Common law allows for the government to maintain land until the owner is able to care for it.
I've dealt with common law, sister.
No, I got you. I got you, brother.
I've dealt with common law. Whoever said that?
It's the same. It's the same, sis, because she's not getting it.
All I'm gonna say is border vacantia.
Because she's not getting it.
Border vacantia. We'll kill that one, sister.
Because again, if the U.S. doesn't have anything to give you, if it's being held via BIS,
name only, title,
and it rolls up to the Vatican, what is the U.S. giving you?
Anything.
Yeah, sorry.
It says
Privileges.
They're using it themselves.
So everybody want to run around here arguing
For privilege.
about what they should be receiving up out of the trust. You're still not getting it.
Nope.
Because what your argument should be is, I don't have to ask you for a so-and-so thing.
Yes.
That's what the argument should be. I don't have to ask you for a so-and-so thing. I don't have to jump through hoops, do cartwheels, split, compete with the native, dative, beta, African, Mafrican. You all are asking the wrong question.
Yes. If the US is in name only.
Oh, okay. You get it, but we don't. So if you get it, where's your land? Where's your allodial title to that land? Where is your sovereignty? Where is your nation? If you get it and we don't, where are those things, sus?
You've got an occupying power called the US Army right now sat on your land.
Yeah. Guns.
You've got police running right round occupiers sat on your land.
But you get it and we don't.
There's only two ways this is going to work, and the sister keeps telling everybody this. I'm going to say one of them. Mama go check them off. And what's the other one, sister?
You have to kill your way out.
Or war.
You have to either fight them off like they fought us off, or mama go check their bomber clat and they're done.
Because y'all can sit up here and keep playing with yourself if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only two ways you're going to get it back.
Yeah.
Because no matter how much we bring this information to y'all, you want to look at it and say, "Oh, that's it right there. You see that word? We got to go dig in the trust." Well, to be honest, I'm the one that told y'all don't even know what's in the trust.
No, we don't.
I was even the one that brought that up, but y'all know more than we do.
Who has?
And there's only two ways this is going to work, and the sisters already dropped that long time on this on this platform. Two ways this going to work, and that's it. Everything else is an illusion.
Oh, yours is raking in money. And so if yours is raking in money, weren't you the one, sis, came in my comment section? You want to run back up on this comment thread asking about have I spoke on restitution or so if yours is raking in money, sis, why would you come in my comment section? You didn't think I saw that. I saw, sis. I saw. It's not too much that I miss. So if you all of that with a bag of chips, Doritos, and tortillas with some hummus, if you got it going on like that, why were you in my comment section asking about some restitution or some doggone back up in the 8 years ago term that you used? Jubilee. You said Jubilee. I remember. You said Jubilee. If you got it going on, why were you in my chat, sus? So you didn't think I saw you. See, Auntie C. You came in my chat. That's the first thing you dropped in my chat, baby, was about Jubilee.
Right.
So if you got it going on, why are you in my chat talking about Jubilee?
Well, I see your chat where I can tell you that there's army bases in the US right now that are occupied and she can't get them off. How about that?
No, she said she got hers and it's making money.
Get them off. But yet there's police there that can come and take your bank account and come and close you down instantly, fam. And fiat Federal Reserve notes are private foreign commercial paper. You don't even own that. They created that fiat note, that
exactly.
Moon Eye that she have. It's not even her Moon Eye, fam. She didn't create that Moon Eye. She ain't creating no Moon Eye and kicking the US Army off the land. She ain't kicking the US Navy off the sea. She ain't kicking the US Air Force out the air. Still run by the Vatican and the Jesuits of Rome. Or there's still police rolling around there as occupying forces. She ain't kicking them off. They ain't responding to your money that you've got, that your trust is operating on. They ain't listening to you.
Oh, you'll go in jail just a second.
And apparently you're sovereign. Okay, then.
Brother Sean's hands up.
Oh, damn. Why he keep getting muted? So, sis, that's all we trying to say. I'm not trying to get down on you. All I'm just trying to say, because I haven't seen you before in the chat. Where you go, Brother Sean? There you are. I haven't seen you before in the chat, but none of what you saying is new to me, baby. Ain't none of this talk that you in my chat talking. It ain't nothing new to me.
We talk about this stuff long time.
We been talking about that. I didn't been through them paperworks. I actually pulled all of the paperwork. All them packages. I pulled it. I personally went through 3 years because I wanted to make sure I understood what they were talking about. So ain't nothing you finna come up in here and tell me. I already that Jubilee, sis, you do realize that term about 8 years old. So based on you talking about you got yours, you should understand what we talking about when we say everything rolls up to the Vatican. You should understand what we're talking about, the BIS. You should understand what we're talking about when we talk about the IMF. You should understand what we're talking about when we say debt notes.
Yeah.
And if it's all working for you, what is in this said trust that they're speaking on?
It's your benefit.
Right. That's for your benefit. Thank you, nephew. Thank you for that. So I'm only bringing that out, sis, to just let you know, Sweet Pea. Yeah. You're not coming in here telling us nothing that we don't know. I keep going over this information so you all can understand where the game is. So you all can understand the games that keep being played on you.
Get off the fucking board, game.
Right, get off the board. Because I don't understand how people run around and say that they're sovereign, that they're gods, that they're goddesses, that they're the master race, this, that, and the third. But soon as somebody present to them, quote, quote, a supposedly and allegedly packet, you ready to roll with Zaddy's system. That math don't math for me. If you are indigenous to the planet, why do you need anyone to control and issue out your assets? That's not sovereignty within itself. This paragraph right here is telling you you're not sovereign. It's telling you that. It's telling you that we gonna give you what the hell we feel like giving you, and that's gonna be that.
And the conversation that Brother Topcat brought out shows them having the conversation.
Exactly. I'm telling you, my mouth dropped open. Yes, sir.
Didn't the Pope close down shop during Obama's tenure?
Supposedly and allegedly.
So, if the head of the bankrupt company said there wasn't nobody doing no more business, I mean, ain't no paperwork lawful. Who administered the patent? Under whose authority?
Right.
And whose shit are they giving away?
Exactly.
Because, like I said, as far as for these certain names, do people want to claim that were confederacies, this, that, or the other, in order to cut treaties with foreign invaders? There's karma and debt that goes along with that.
Come on with it now.
Ain't no come up in trying to claim stolen land. And it's stolen because none of us own shit. You can't own mama. She's a living, breathing being. People have to get beyond the concept of owning any motherfucking thing other than your soul.
It's your soul, which they think less of.
Yeah. You don't even own the body. You don't even own the body that you're in right now. You didn't had how many in your lifetime? Just like you didn't had how many cars or how many pairs of shoes. It's just a fucking accessory. Your soul is the real currency.
And they don't get it. They don't get it. Because she telling me I'm not doing packages. I got real cases with real funds. You mean that fiat that we just discussed? That's your real funds, sis? Because see, we didn't win from land. We didn't win from land. You didn't win from land, and I'm like, okay, so you got the allodial title, or you just have the privileges of land. So now you're telling me you talking about real funds, fiat funds? That's the funds you referring to, sis? You do realize that's not money, right?
1933. Bank holiday.
So no matter how you slice it, your math ain't mathing. So you means to tell me, let me take this sip of this water.
Undo your scarf, Auntie. Undo your scarf.
Scarf moment coming.
Me. You means to tell me, you rather take the money over your true sovereignty?
Rather take the dirty dick over your sovereignty.
That's what you're telling me? You rather take the bag over your true sovereignty? You rather take the bag and have someone administer your true wealth? Right. That stuff pays for bills, cars, and vacation. Right,
okay,
sis.
Okay.
Right, sis. See, baby, you can't play with Auntie. Sweet P. You can't play with Auntie. I'm okay with that. If you want the bag, Sweet P, get your bag. Boo-boo, roll. I would hope that you understand the consequences for that bag. I hope you understand the consequences, because what we're talking about over here, we're talking true sovereignty of your soul. We're talking generations, freeing generations.
What?
That's what we're talking about. Not no bag for no cars and paying no bills and blah, blah. That's not what we over here about, sis. Now, I'm not judging you if that's what you want to do, but that's not what this information is about. See, I knew I was going to get to it. I just knew I just had to keep asking them questions. This TT Rhonda up in here, baby.
Keep your own advice,
She said there was pay, and she said bill. I'm going to say it's charge and discharge.
She ain't ready for that because she don't get it. I knew she didn't get it. I knew, but I just had to have her keep bringing it out. And that's okay. That's okay if she don't get it. That's okay.
Yeah.
But, beloved, we ain't talking about no check. and no paying and no bills.
I have no bills if you have.
We're talking about soul work that's freeing generations, where you don't ever have to go back under anyone, where you don't ever have to depend on a system for your livelihood.
Futile system.
That's what we're talking about, beloved. That's okay. You'll get there. You'll get there. I wish you well. But just to let you know, I don't rock over here promoting, a check, Jubilee, packages, all of that. But okay, so let's get back to this info. Damn, y'all see, damn it. Okay, so the next one, section 814, incentive for self-testing and self-correction. Privilege information. Condition for privilege. A report or result of a self-test, as that term is defined by regulation of the secretary, shall be considered to be privileged under paragraph if any person, where am I at? No, shall be considered be privileged under paragraph 2 if any person, A, conducts or authorize an independent third party to conduct a self-test of any aspect of a residential real estate related lending transaction of that person or any part of that transaction in order to determine the level of effectiveness of compliance with this title by that person, and B, has identified any possible violations of this title by that person and has taken or is taking appropriate corrective action to address of such any possible violation. Okay. Again, what did we say at a minimum was in that said trust? Didn't we say at a minimum it was privileges?
Yeah.
At a maximum, let me correct myself. At a maximum, it's just privileges. So now they telling you that you have the privilege to hold a title.
Tenants.
Right. You said tenants, right, sis?
I sure did.
Okay, because title is an ownership, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So...
So they let you hold it.
Right. I'm just going to let you hold it. You have the privilege of holding this title, saying that you're the tenant for now.
There you go.
Okay?
Exactly what
See, this is grad school over here.
Yeah, more of a count here, fam. Keep going.
Privilege for self-test. If a person meets the conditions specified in sub-paragraphs A and B of paragraph 1 with the respective self-test described in that paragraph, any report or result of that self-test, A shall be privileged, and B may not be obtained or used by any applicant, department, or agency in any proceeding or civil action in which one or more violations of this title are alleged, or examination or investigation related to compliance with this title.
You know, the lady that was on our show where she went to jail.
Yep, you remember that.
She pointed out that they didn't have the right to foreclose on those people's property.
Yep, that's Dr. Carmen Johnson. She's going to be coming back soon. Her book is released, Pretense of Justice. So her book
they
has
have
been
the
released.
Privilege to live there until they get tired of you and put you out.
Born of a country.
Exactly.
Keep saying to everybody.
So who holds the true deeds or the allodial titles?
There you go. The titles are, in your case, because we had allodial over here, I think you lot got fee simple absolute. This goes back to Woodrow
fee
Wilson
simple absolute.
Absolute. Goes back to Woodrow Wilson, what happened in 1913 with Jekyll Island. just to hold the hint there. So who's got a fee simple absolute? Where are they?
Isn't that the BIS?
Yeah.
Ain't they sitting comfy there, all categorized, scanned, computerized, plus the hard copy from way back up in the day when they put this together?
And you know, all countries have to, you know, parry up to them.
Yeah, because everything's been commercialized. That's why I keep talking about commercialized. That's why I talk about the Piscean construct, because everything has been warfare commercialized. That's why we do. Again, we're in grad school here. War and Land Convention we've dealt with on this on here on Truth UnCONPromeyezed, which deals with the commercial aspect of it. Lord, your title we've talked about. Where is it?
Yeah,
we've dealt with the aspect of it. Everything we've dealt with on what we've done on here on this platform here is dealing with the real aspect of this. We've even talked about the realm and the soul. We've covered everything. We've talked about ascension. We've covered everything on here.
Absolutely.
What we're not covered on here, we've gone through everything from on this platform. Exactly what we've gone, and we've talked about the most important aspects of this. And people are talking about bags and fiat currency. Okay.
I know, but give that baby a break. You know, she's just learning. You know, she's learning. So this will be a learning experience for her. And I went through that exercise with her because I knew I was going to get to the root of the problem. Okay. And I'm going through this, number one, to once again reiterate, they know who you are. But I'm also walking through this petition, and we're going through showing you that all they're still really telling you are privileges.
That's all they're doing.
Exactly.
And they're even violating the privileges that they say you have a right to.
Uh-huh.
So if y'all don't understand what needs to be done, just get ready to recycle and always be up under somebody.
Right. You know what? Even the fiat that she has is a note. It's a privilege to have it, and it says that you're the debt, and they take it out of your trust. So
that's right.
It's a debt note.
Exactly.
It's a debt note.
Commercialization of sin. This gets back into what Charlemagne did, and we've covered some of this in the 5 Notaries Guide with the commercialization of sin. And I covered this with the Clearfield Doctrine stuff. We've covered this. This is in my part to keep covering this aspect of it, because that whole concept, that construct is all commercialized. It's under this Piscean construct. We're steered away from what they're doing to where I'm coming, where Sean's coming from. People ain't deal with the aspect of the soul being the most important thing in this battle of high consciousness. That's all that matters. And outside of that, what they're doing doesn't matter. It all falls down dead. Their whole construct is right now is crumbling, fam, and people can't see it. The whole thing is crumbling.
They're scrambling.
Mama's putting in the work, fam. Mama's putting in the work.
Absolutely.
And those who vibrating, putting in the work. We know why I go on here, sister. Go ahead.
Yes. No, I'm in agreement with you, and that's why you have to do your part, and why I get up here every week. When I have my scarf on, and be screaming like a banshee. I'm doing that for the purpose. I'm talking about your soul.
Mm-hmm.
Because as long as you keep tying yourself to their systems, looking for some benefits, and they're really giving you privileges that as a divine soul you already inherently have, you haven't won anything. You're not freeing your soul. You're enslaving yourself, and you're enslaving your babies and the generations after.
Correct. Convocation. And I'm the only one who spoke about it. Can you tell everybody about we've dealt with it on this platform. We've dealt with it here.
So that's why they're running scared, because when you stand up and say who you are, no, I'm not African American. This is my lineage. And then they get to talking about these privileges / these trusts. And you like, okay, well, what's in that? All of this stuff starts unraveling.
Uh-huh.
And see, you all got the heads up. We're literally telling you what the game is. We already see what the traps they're trying to set. We can pretty much tell you when they try to sit down with you at the table to renegotiate.
No.
We can already tell you that they are putting before you another soul contract. When I told you this is grad school over here, I'm not bullshitting with you. That's what I mean. Because this, at the end of the day, this is on a universal cosmic soul level.
Agreed.
It took dominion.
Yep.
Over your soul.
Yep. The hijack. We've talked about here. This is what we've done with here. This is what this whole part of this series was about when Sister decided to do it. If everybody just goes back through if we ever just walks back through this series of what we've been doing, we've talked about the galactic aspect of it. We've talked about the beings that are involved here. Los Confondos did another drop tonight. That was quite good. I've watched it earlier.
Okay.
Here we've been dealing with the realm. We've been dealing with how the clock has been put in the realm, and now that's tied to the souls, and now the souls are controlled down here, and we've covered it all here. We've covered it all here.
Yeah,
that's what we've been doing here. We've been covered all. We've been covering the ascension cycle. We've been covering, and that sister says 2 ways to get this is going to go down. Mama's going to shake them off, and we're going to have to fight. That's it. Outside of that, anything else that they're bringing is a crock of fraud. That's how it is.
It's a crock of fraud. So even when they come to the table with, okay, you indigenous, American, Indians, Aboriginal, whatever the hell you want to call you, there's a trick in that bag.
Yes.
And you better understand that what you're agreeing to, baby,
signing.
That's a soul contract.
Exactly.
Don't say you haven't heard it. Because Auntie Rhonda is telling you what the fuck it is.
Did you figure out if they were getting irritated with the native $5 Indians yet? Or are they still gonna do that?
All you got to do is watch Top Cat's video, baby. You can see the irritation.
Okay, that's good.
Because it was basically like you natives are the reason that these other classified Indians / black people are so pissed because you didn't share them privileges with them.
Right. I was
they're irritated.
That Proposition 27 for California for the gambling and stuff is for the Pomo-Indians, just like Sister None Your Business said. And they said they've only been here 15,000 years.
Let me make sure, Brother Sean.
I said, really now? 15,000. That is all? I'm surprised they admitted it.
And here's my thing again. I don't care if they was here 2 days ago.
Yeah, I know. They fake.
No one has the right to enslave my soul. Do you understand what I'm telling y'all?
Yes. Thank you, sister.
I don't give a damn if they just jumped off the boat. No one has the right to enslave my soul. Because I'm not talking about just in my generation lifetime. I'm talking multiple lifetimes, multiple generations, and calculating time, which really ain't real, but we'll keep it in this concept.
That's why we dealt with the astrological clock. We know what that is.
You're talking thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, like 200.
No one has the right to enslave my soul.
Yeah.
This is why we keep presenting this information to you over and over again to let you know, don't fall for the okie doke.
Yeah, they just fake.
This is why we talk about accountability, because as long as you looking for Zaddy to bail you out, as long as you can't stand up as a man, as a woman, and handle your business,
We need the government.
You're going to have your soul enslaved, your baby's soul enslaved, and hence subsequent generations after. Because again, these people are conquerors. They don't give a fuck about you and yours. Let's be clear. What part are you not understanding that you are prisoners of war?
Right.
On every level, physical and more importantly, spiritual. What part are you not understanding? All right, now let's continue. Go back on these privileges that they fucking talking about. So in general, no provision of this section may be construed to prevent an aggrieved person, complainant, department, or agency from obtaining or using a report or result of any self-test in any proceeding or civil action in which a violation of this title is alleged, or in any examination or investigation of compliance with this title if the person to whom the self-test relates or any persons with lawful access to the report or the results voluntarily releases or discloses all or any part of the report or results to the aggrieved person, complainant, department, or agency, or to the general public, or refers to or describes the report or results as a defense to charges of violation of this title against the person to whom the self-test relates. This the hoops y'all want to keep jumping through to get privileges?
Oof. Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
But if you look at it, in the beginning, it's the only time they use the term Indian.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it's person.
Yep.
And it's da-da-da-other.
Because it's legalese.
Right. It's taking you off into that corporate fiction.
Exactly.
Yep.
Where it's just commerce.
See?
That whole thing
commercial.
with the patents and those trusts, those are corporate claims. Like you say, as far as the what's in them. And what part of that did you agree to or sign on to for them to administer your trust to you?
Thank you.
Exactly.
If it's all fraudulent, they have no true authority. They don't own shit to begin with. How can they delegate anything to anybody? I mean, the acceptance of debt notes for something that they don't own.
Agreed.
You're accepting debt, which is karma. You don't know who that land was taken from.
That's right.
You don't know who your ancestors may have taken that land from. Again, if in respect to nature, mama, and the ancestor, we don't own shit.
Agreed.
So how can any of us then turn around and claim to profit off of something that we don't own?
And then want fiat currency for it.
And didn't create.
That's making us complicit to the game. That's making us accessories to the fact.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And you keep suffering that karma.
Exactly. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
which is
they know.
That self-ignorant nonsense. This is why I talked about the Notary's Guide. That's why I mentioned it earlier, the 7 Notary's Guide, because it's penance. This is a concept that they came up with, the Roman Cabal Jesuit, Ashkenazi, Khazarian banks, the cult. That self-ignorant nonsense, which is sin, that's their karmic shit. That's what they came up with, that nonsense. They're still being performed under this Piscean contract to this day. I agree, Brother Shan.
Yep.
Nothing to do with us. That concept that they came up, nothing to do with us at all.
He hit it out the park. It's interesting. Somebody in the comments, I think it was on last week's video, either last week or the week before. I think it was last week. It doesn't matter. But they said, have you seen the movie Jupiter Ascension? Because that was talking about commerce. I'm like, baby, yes, I did. Yes. And what brought me to that comment, and shout out to the person that put that in the comment, because you're well versed and you're up on it. As I was reading through this, the compliant to the this and the person to the that, and the turn around, and you do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around.
That's what it's
all about. It's hokey pokey. So Jupiter Ascension was showing you the hoops and all of the administration processes that old girl had to go through on that realm.
Yeah.
To claim something, to claim a title, because that's basically what the fuck the movie was about.
And if she married, she lost everything.
To gain the privileges from that title.
To gain the privileges for that title. Bingo. Very well said, nephew. Yes, sir.
Also, earlier in there, it was talking about Indian territory.
Mm-hmm.
And then it said if Indian territory is in the state's jurisdiction. Now, if it's Indian territory, how is it in the state?
Exactly.
Unless what they're talking about is a corporate construct.
Exactly.
So
double talk.
Uh-oh, are you still there, Brother Sean? Damn.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't know if you had got cut off or if you were
it went
done.
out a little bit.
Yeah, so it's all still up under their corporate construct.
Exactly.
If they saying that they have the authority to administer anything to you, and they use the word trust in commerce, just like in spiritual matters, they use the word belief.
Right.
They want you to trust them. They want you to believe
in their system.
Which is the Piscean construct. Thank you, Brother Sean. The age of I believe. That's Piscean.
Exactly. Not
you
I know.
It, Sean. You just nailed it. We're in the age of I know now, so there's no excuse with this ether. But go ahead, Brother Sean. You nailed that one.
I digress. Y'all go ahead.
Very, very, very good point. So let's get through the rest of their legalese, because I do want to touch on Brother Kui Mayo vid. Okay, so again, this is a petition, and all this person is doing on this petition is throwing back in their face the privileges that you said indigenous people should have. Okay? But we're going through this painstakingly so you all can understand the difference between true ownership, sovereignty, and privileges. Okay? Because I don't ever want you all to forget that. Because once you start understanding those concepts, no amount of paperwork, no amount of contract that they put in front of you, you'll never be able to be tricked.
That's a test.
Because I don't, who the fuck is you to put something before me regarding something that I have been granted by birthright to be the caretaker of? Who the fuck is you?
To be a trustee of that.
Who the fuck is you to claim ownership over my soul?
Right.
All right, let's get through this. All right, so what are they saying? Yeah. Shall be used only for particular proceedings in which adjudication or administrative referred to in paragraph. There go that admissions rather. May be used in any other action or proceeding, adjudication, and aggrieved person, complainant, department, or agency that challenge a privilege asserted under this section may seek a determination of the existence and application of that privilege in a court of competent jurisdiction or an administrative law. Brother Odel, are you believing the shit they putting up in here?
That's a joke.
It's blowing me all the way back. And administrative law proceedings with appropriate jurisdiction. So again, they're telling you privilege does not mean you are owner. You have any sovereignty in it. Administrative means somebody's running your stuff.
They ain't telling you who.
So
War on Land Convention.
Exactly. So how is that sovereignty? If somebody is administrating something or administrative law proceeding with the appropriate jurisdiction. So what in this says sovereignty or ownership?
Usually they give you a conservator when you're a child. So administrator is pretty much.
You pretty much can say that. Absolutely. Very good call, sus.
You're a minor.
A minor. Dad, I was trying to use the explosion. I don't appreciate the explosion not working properly. Yes. Yes. The secretary may make rules, including rules for the collection, maintenance, and the analysis of the appropriate data. To carry out this title, the secretary shall give public notice and opportunity for comment with respect to all rules made under this section.
It's a waste of time.
Well, that's them giving disclosure. Yeah. When they put out these public notices, that's disclosure.
Yeah, it is.
So in their mind, they don't give a damn that you really don't understand the difference between what a privilege, what rights, what true ownership is, benefits. They don't give a damn about none of that. Title, jurisdiction. They don't give a damn about none of that. That's on you that you don't understand that.
So when they start that allodial title, that's how you get that jail time.
Ciao. All right, so it says, in conclusion, the purpose of this petition is to cease presenting misnomers and fictitious labels placed upon American Indians and those whom are descendants to the indigenous to the Americas based on physical appearance and phenotype. Okay, so that's really the purpose of this petition. Okay,
just to shut you up, let you know that they recognize you, but you're still in the same spot.
Right. Well, in this person's defense, I don't expect people to understand all the intricacies that we understand behind their words. That isn't this petitioner's words when she was breaking all of that down. We understand it. Okay. Yeah. But this person's, the petitioners who put this together, intent is to say, look, MF, stop sitting up here calling me an African American. Right. You know exactly who I am. That's really the purpose of this petition. And they're just throwing back in their face, according to all of your bloopity bloop legalese that you put together. This is what you said that indigenous people are supposed to have the privilege to. We're just putting you up on additional game. We're giving you a 5-year blueprint of what they gonna hit you with when they gonna come back to the table. Okay, you indigenous, original, aboriginal, whatever term folks gonna come up with, / Indians, whatever the hell. We're just putting you up on game when they sit that agreement before you, because I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. We're putting you up on game of what these things mean. They are still putting you in a commercial status.
Yes.
Let me say that for the slow ones in the back. All that we done set up here in red, this is still putting you in a commercial status. What I am telling you, family, when they set that agreement in front of you, because it's coming, you need to be up on game to understand what it is and understand they are here to keep you in a commercial status.
Yes.
Because not only is it about the physical assets, it is about your physical labor as well. But more importantly, it is about your soul, baby. They in it for the long haul, your energy. So understand, when you sit down at the table with these people and you call yourself striking up these treaties/contracts, you better understand what the fuck you're doing. We're giving you the game. Because you, as a divine soul, let's even take all of these titles out. Let's take the Indian, Aboriginal, African American. Let's take all of that shit out right now. Black, European, take that shit out. You, as a divine soul being, why in the fuck would you need a contract for you?
For sure. To exist.
Help me to understand. Why do you need a contract for you? And until you understand that, you're going to keep enslaving yourself, your babies, and generations to come on every level, on the physical, and more importantly, your soul. So when I say these are grown people, business, I mean what the fuck I say. And I says what I means.
It means what I say.
Because everybody want to run around here talking about that life. But I see a lot of y'all pussifying out and taking the package. You taking them fiat notes. And if you bout that life like the fuck you say you bout that life, let's see how many of you motherfuckers walk away from that money.
Mom is supposed to be the only thing that's supposed to protect you.
I want to see how many walk away from that money because they coming to you with an agreement. Mark my words. And I'm going to tell you now, you ain't going to speak for me and mine. I'll cut your motherfucking throat on every plane. You're not speaking for me and mine with none of this fucked up didness. I didn't cycle back here for this bullshit to sit down at the table and renegotiate to be commercialized and re-enslaved. I'm not here to play with y'all. So now consider this on all levels, on all planes, your disclosure from Annie Rhonda. This is your motherfucking disclosure from me. I didn't come here to play with you all, to sit at the table with you, to re-enslave myself. I want no parts of it.
That's not our fault.
Okay? So we're just putting you up on game because that agreement is coming.
So you asking for it. You want your reparations. Okay.
All right. So, last thing I want to go over. Damn, yeah, I got to get another headset again. I'm so tired of stuff not lasting.
I just thought about mine when I was trying to hear Brother Sean because he's really low on mine.
Yeah, I'm like, sis jinxed me because she was talking about her what's her face last week. Now mine's sitting up here acting up.
Broken. Mine is broke. Well, I just broke the pieces apart. I think I can. I was thinking about I should have remembered to glue that thing and see if it stayed glued together.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go over Brother Kui Mayo, because he laid it on out. So hopefully what we've gone over tonight with that petition, and I'll drop this petition in the link, because I do like that concept of don't be playing with me, bruh. You know exactly who I am. Don't be sitting up here calling me no African American. You know that's not what I am, and you want to play these fuck games with me. I am 1,000% in support of that in this petition. Because what you not finna do is sit up here and tell everybody else that they can be a woman when you got a dang-a-lang. That you can be a man and you got a JJ.
I feel like one, Auntie. I feel like one.
Okay? But you gonna tell me that I can't be who I really am. That's what we not finna sit up here and play with you motherfuckers on.
Well, they want you to be anything other than who you
right.
Really are.
I'm everything else other than that. That's like me looking down at my JJ and being called something other than a woman.
No, what is a woman, Auntie? What is that? I don't know.
I
already told y'all that I could have came up there and slapped the taste out of that broad's mouth that was talking that bullshit that, oh, a man is a man, is a woman, is a woman, is a woman. That we not finna do. We're not letting that roll.
No.
That's why I called her out. You not finna sit up here and cast those motherfucking spells on me, sus.
One smells like doo-doo, one doesn't smell
and
like
on the rest of women and the coming up of these babies, because you want to play that you don't know a hoo-ha from a dang-a-lang. Same concept. That's why I support that particular petition. Don't play with me.
Play.
Oh, sister, we're gonna get. You doing this next thing? The Kumail stuff.
Yeah, let me do Kumail.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to her as well.
Yeah, shout out to Brother Kumail. I know Kumail. Like I'm still Rhonda, hot ass mess. Like she got the nerve to bring my little video in the mix. All right, love you, Brother Kumail. You laid this one out, brother. He does excellent work. So hold on. So and y'all, of course, y'all go check out Brother Kumail. Let me bring this up on the screen. And, you know, if you feel the same way that petitioner does about them calling you African American and playing damn crazy, I dropped it in the link, and you can support that petition as well. Now, make no mistake about it. What we went over tonight and the details of that petition that has nothing to do with the petitioner. She or he was just putting back in place what they said. Okay? We're just putting you up on game because this grad school over here.
They're just doing what they're supposed to do. Put people on notice.
Right. So we're just giving you game, breaking down what that really means. We're preparing you for the next steps. We're trying to put you ahead of the game because they coming with that agreement.
Yeah.
They coming.
Oh, we'll give you guys some money. Don't worry.
Right. And child, I'm going to kick shit over clown. They're going to be like, we going to have to lock this bitch up. Go on, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do because you're insulting me. All right. So this is Brother Kumail. This is, please, y'all, go and check this out. So this is proof of white people in the Freedmen's Bank records. It's not about African slave / genealogy. So let me go on and fast forward, and then I'm going to step away. I'll be right back. Let me see if I'm at the point.
African slaves, former African.
Okay, let me go back.
Bank.
Auntie's doing that. Make sure you hit the
Wow.
like button.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Quick video today.
Get the likes
This
up.
is going to be very
Get
simple
the
to
likes up. Come on.
debunk. You know, a lot of people,
so people can hear the
have
info.
misunderstandings about terms like freedmen, Freedmen Bank, Freedmen roles,
your own photo look better,
and who they're supposed to be. You know, in general, most people assume, you know, not people in this community, because we know, you know, everybody didn't come out of Africa, but most in general assume that Freedmen's Bank records are talking about African slaves, former African slaves. All right, I'm going to read real quick from Britannica.com, Britannica Encyclopedia, here, and what it says about Freedmen's Bank, just so I can show you what I'm talking about. So it says here, Freedmen's Bank, in full, Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company, bank chartered by the U.S. Congress in March 1865 to provide a place for former slaves. All right, former slaves, right? All right, so slaves. All right, right there, they didn't emphasize what color, right? Or who, what kind of slaves, right? It just says former slaves. To safely store their money. After several successful years in which freedmen deposited more than 57 million in the bank, all right, look at all that money. It collapsed in 1874 as a result of mismanagement and fraud. So they stole these people's money. The bank's failure not only robbed many African Americans, dodged a hijack. What do you mean, African Americans? Are these people's parents from Africa? Of their savings, but also had a severe psychological impact on them, causing many to give up hopes and dreams that went along with their savings and bringing about general distrust of financial institutions for years to come. All right, so they're saying it's for former slaves, right? I know everybody assumes that almost all slaves were so-called black or dark-skinned people. That's not true. We've already broke this down many ways with my white indentured white slavery videos. All right, we know Europeans came in here, hundreds of thousands of them, black and so-called white, and as indentured servants. So we know that's totally false. All right, but I just want to show you what mainstream teaches us, right? Because I'm going to debunk all. We're going to debunk this slavery very simply. The need for bank for freed blacks. Now they're adding the hijack. Now they're trying to say it's only so-called freed blacks. Became evident during the American Civil War. African American soldiers in the Union Army who were often denied access to conventional banks were often taken advantage of by swindlers or squandered the pay they received as soldiers. It became clear to some sympathetic military officers as well as to advocates for civil rights that African Americans needed a bank to ensure that their money was safe. All right, so now they're saying it was strictly for African Americans, right? And to you, that means so-called black folks, and to most people who are not researched, do not study, you know, genealogy and real history, primary sources, that would mean African slaves, right? All right, we're gonna see if that really does mean that. We're here in the National Archives website. It says here, African American heritage, the hijack. The Freedmen's Bureau, right? Just so we can learn what mainstream teaches us, what they teach people in general, knowing it's a straight lie because they have the records themselves. These are the archives. They know you're not going through them, though. They know you're not ever going to go through them. The Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands. Really, refugees? What kind of refugees? Also known as the Freedmen's Bureau, was established in the War Department by an act of Congress, March 3rd, 1865. The Bureau was responsible for the supervision and management of all matters relating to the refugees and freedmen and lands abandoned or seized during Civil War, duties previously shared by military commanders and U.S. Treasury Department officials. All right, so what I want to point out is that they were very careful with their wording of how they described the records. They didn't say African anywhere in what I just read. They just said refugees and freedmen, okay? All I know is that the original refugees, right? We're in the etymology, etymonline.com says refugee, the etymology, right? And then it says the word was first applied to French Huguenots who fled persecution in their native country, all right? Who fleeing. So what is a refugee? So again, what type of refugees? Now I know a lot of this is from here, indentured servants, but I was just pointing that out. I just wanted to show you, they don't mention African. They're very careful in their wording, even though they put African American heritage on the top, right? This is historyhub.history.gov. This says here, Freedmen Bank records and the domestic slave trade, all right? In a previous blog, I described how my initial research into my maternal lineage revealed some important information that I had not been aware of up to that point. I knew that my mother's side of the family has deep roots in the state of Georgia, and I assumed that her entire line had been based in that state since whenever our distant forebears were transported there from Africa, all right, dodged a hijack. Now, why did she say that? Because she goes reads Britannica online and is talking about freed blacks and Africans, right, Americans. So it's already kind of deceiving you, because I'm going to show you real records. Is it all so-called black folks? I'm going to show you. So obviously she doesn't do research, and she believes all so-called black Americans are from Africa. So, you know, of course, our forebears were transported. No, that's not true. If anything, I expected that there might be some branches of the lineage extending from the neighboring states of South Carolina. But when I searched the 1900 census schedules for Richmond and Jefferson counties in Georgia, I found that two of my thrice great-grandfathers in that state had actually been born in Virginia. All right, a lot of patterns with that, with, you know, people from the South. They're actually coming from the East Coast if you keep going back or more further back in the records. The history of the internal domestic slave trade in the antebellum South reveals why such findings as mine are common among African-American researchers. All right, so basically what I'm trying to point out is that, as you can see, if you was to just do some research over the top real quick and trying to find out what Freedmen's Bank records are, you would assume it's talking about only so-called black people, people with dark skin, complexion, so-called Negro, and African slaves only, because that's what they teach us here, and that's what this person who wrote this blog believes. All right, and this is in historyhub.history.gov. All right, so there's kids, there's people in education reading this stuff, and this is all false. I'm going to show you right now. So we're on ancestry.com, right? You can actually look through records here. People you may have that you know were in the records, you might be able to find them. All right, just want to read what it says here. This collection contains records from the Freedmen's Bank, formerly known as the Freedmen Savings and Trust Company, between 1865 and 1874. Records from the Freedmen's Bank contain a wealth of information because enslaved people, so it's about enslaved people? Really, like chains and like Kunta Kinte? That's what you're talking about? No, not really. Didn't have legal rights prior to 1865, and that's false. We've seen many times when so-called slaves went to court. It can be difficult to track them through censuses or birth, marriage, and death records. For many African Americans, records from the Freedmen's Bank may be the first time they're able to find an ancestor's name outside of inventory lists included in wills and probate records of enslavers. That's completely false. All this stuff, they want you to believe all this stuff, but you got to actually go into the records and do your genealogy yourselves. Even ancestry.com, who has records contradicting what they just said here, okay, is going to tell you this hijack. Now let's go up here and let's search for somebody. Shout out to Opemija, first of all. So shout out to Opemija again. He put me onto this. He showed me, he wanted to show me, all right? He sent me this. He's like, hey, take a look at this, brother. You know, I found something here in these Freedmen Bank records, all right? So shout out to Opemija. Opemija has a YouTube channel, in case you don't know. Opemija, make sure to support and like his outstanding research and work for the community. Good looking out, Opemija. So let's do it from scratch, just like Opemija did, or anybody else can do. So we're gonna put John Ward. You know, let's say he was lived in New York, because that's where he was born, New York. Right, all right, John Ward. I'm gonna put New York. Look, it's this simple. I haven't even put a date or anything. I didn't put nothing else, in case, you know, just in case you don't know much more other than the name and where they lived, what state. Let's go with that. I'm gonna hit search. All right, so let's go to this one right here, John Ward, right, from 1863. It says birth date. This is from 1870, born in New York. Let's view this record, open in a different link. Let's go to it right now. All right, this is John Ward right here, U.S. Freedmen Bank's record. Okay, let's go through the info here. All right, birthplace New York. He's not even from the South. He's not even from the South. And complexion, white, right? Complexion, white. Uh-oh. So I'm in the record right now, just so you guys can see. That's what it does say. John Ward, you know, New York City, complexion white. All right. What's next to him? Fanny Frances Trotter. She's also white. Again, we're in the U.S. Freedmen Bank's record. All right. Who's next to him? Peter John Mulligan, New York too, white. All right. Like this other person, Rebecca, white. Kathy Sterling, white. Jesse Randolph Clark, white. Christopher Bradley, white. And we do have a so-called black, right? Complexion black, right? James Brown. Oh, we already know Brown. What Brown means, we already know. So as you can see, so in case anybody is trying to say, well, no, white must be in status, it still could be Negroes, or it's just, no, these are pale-skinned people. They made a separation here, describing this person a different way, right? We're gonna hit next page. Next page. We got white, James Dolan from New York again, white, white, white. So now these are people from the North, born in the North. What kind of slavery were they a part of, huh? What kind of plantation? Where did they work? Huh? What plantation did these people from New York work in? White, so-called white people. But I just want to point this out to you guys. All right, straight up debunked. So again, we go to Britannica.com, the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? And they are saying to you, the need for a bank for freed blacks, that's totally false. Totally false. It's not about just African Americans. It's not even about the South, as you can see only. Go back to the record. These people are in New York. This is the North. You can do this yourself. Search through records. I found Cape Verdeans in here, born in Cape Verde, which is off the coast of West Africa. I have found swarthy Europeans, or so-called black, you know, people born from Scotland, Ireland, Indus. We found white, pale skin complexion, Irish or Scottish people as well, not just born in the States. You can go through this. So there's many, many records. You know, you can keep going. As you can see here, skim through. And look, all these people listed as white, white, white. All right, so there's records not only in the South and not only for so-called black folks. It's not just American Indians. It's not African slaves only. It's not about just Kunta Kinte, false slavery stories. These are indentured servitude. A lot of these contracts, these indentures, they were literally contracts. And a lot of this is what the Freedmen Bank's records kind of tie into. All right, we're going to do more research on this. And we're going to try to distinguish between this. And a shout out to Tamika, who made a great point. You know, is this the same as the Freedmen rolls, you know, when it deals with the indigenous tribes? You know, because to me, it also appears that it's two separate things. All right. So, you know, just in case, you know, you find or you know that you have ancestors and the Freedmen Bank records, it doesn't automatically mean they were an African slave or anything like that. Again, as you can see, we have people from the North here in New York who were part of the U.S. Freedmen Bank's records. They were part of it. This is their listing. This is their case number. Look at the number, search for it yourself. And they're so-called white. All right, white doesn't mean black in this case. It doesn't.
All right, so shout out to Brother Kuimeo. He laid that one out. Again, name of this video is Proof of White People in, excuse me, in the Freedmen's Bank records. It's not about African slaves / genealogy. Okay. Excellent, excellent work. So go and check out the vid in its entirety. So at this point, fam, y'all can't say that y'all don't know. I mean, really, truly at this point, let me make sure. Did the fam go back on mute? Yep. Let me unmute the fam. You can't say that you don't know. It's not a coincidence that you're at where you are right now at this particular space, you're here for a reason. Even the fact that you're listening to this particular broadcast, if you're, rocking with Top Cats, if you're rocking with Kuimeo, if you're rocking with other people that are putting out this information, it is not a coincidence. Each one of us have our own little pieces. And a picture should be forming for you on what really happened. And we're even giving you the game of where they're trying to go. Because we know that folks are going around talking about, getting reparations through the freedmen.
Yeah.
So that's why I always rocks with Brother Kuimeo. Because I know he gonna come hard hitting with those receipts. Because I just mentioned it in passing. When I was doing my own genealogy, I said, well, let me go on and check these Freedmen records to see if my peeps are on it. Okay, the bank records. I still don't see my folk. I was blown away when I got to the bank. And I saw white men on there because I only checked the area where my folks were. I was blown away. Do you understand me? When I saw white men on them Freedmen bank records. So I know what he's presenting is truth. Although he gave you the actual receipts. Because I had already seen it in the records myself. But when this is the value you get out of doing genealogy. So right there, that busts them in yet another lie. That the freedmen was all about African slaves. That's another lie exposed. So when I keep telling people that keep talking about these reparations, you do understand that they know who you are, number one, and number two, you have to prove it. And I tell people you have to prove it because people don't know who they are. And when I bring up the fact, white folks were enslaved also as indentured servants. White people were on the freedmen rolls. It's like la 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 la. Pay out, pay out, pay out, pay out. Check, check, check. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Oh, okay. We're giving you this information so you can understand what really went on, or as Brother Kuimeo said, where the hijack really went. And we're giving you the game of how they gonna come at you again. Mm-hmm. Because contrary to popular belief, y'all give these people way more credit than they deserve. Yeah. They're not that smart. Okay. They use the same script over and over again. They'll do it with a twist, but it's the same script.
Yeah. My teacher told us that in school that 1,500 freedmen landed in Texas. See, because my people from Texas. So she didn't tell us what color they were. She just said they were freedmen. So let you fill in the blank. Right.
Well, shout out to your teacher. At least she didn't say 1,500 formerly enslaved Africans landed in Texas.
No, I don't think she even used the word African. She said freedmen.
Yeah. Freedmen. Not freed Africans. They're giving you the description. Freedmen.
Yeah.
So now you going to put in a freedman claim based on what now? Huh?
And the people that were in power, they were black or colored. They're being free from.
Exactly. So the white man is responsible for your reparations. How?
How is the freedmen responsible for your reparations?
Okay. So shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. I just absolutely love that work. You knocked that one out the park.
So dodge your own hijacks. Let's stop generalizing.
My bad. So shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. You laid that one out. Very, very well done. Shouldn't be no more questions on that. So next, who next up on the chopping board with the fuckery? Who next? Who next? So I can get my masculine energy on that ass. Who next? Who next with the fuckery? Cause see, Auntie Rhonda got the shit covered. Who next with the fuckerization?
We gotta wait till next week to find that one out.
Cause if I don't know, I'ma get it from one of these brothers. Who next with the fuckery? Come on, step on up so you can get this motherfucking work.
Oh.
All right. So with that said, we done gone long enough, fam. So shout out to Legendary Top Cats. Y'all go check that out. His vid where you gonna see the U.S. government and the Native Americans, baby, arguing back and forth, playing ping pong, ping, ping, ping. It's your fault. You should have. Yeah, you go check out his vid. That was very well done. I pinned that in the comments. Go check out Brother Kui Mayo's drop. Play the drop in its entirety on the Freedmen's. So anybody come to y'all with that fuckery on that Freedmen's, go on back and go through what Brother Kui Mayo is saying. He done already laid it out with them receipts. So, anybody that's talking that bullshit about package schmackage, datchet, you could send them over to Auntie Rhonda and Cuz Odell. Because I'm just going to let Cousin Odell serve that ass up, baby. Because you ain't nobody getting away with nothing up and around here. We didn't come here to be re-tricked. We didn't come back here for this. We got all areas covered with the fuckerization. Ain't finna happen.
Yeah.
So with that said, we're going to go to the last words. Brother Odell, you have any last words for the fam? I know you're just getting your day started in the UK.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm on time out at the moment, so which is good because it's giving me the time to do things. You well covered tonight. I'm going to have to, like I said, I had a few things to drop, but I think we'll leave it because if we start going into demographics and the other stuff that I have with this Piscean stuff and all that, that's just going to take me another age. So we'll just go back to doing it next week.
Okay.
I think we just haven't. You had to have.
We
had to
got
have a rant tonight.
Yeah.
You needed a rant tonight. You had to have a rant.
Yeah, it flows the way it flows. And, when you was like, oh, no, go ahead, sister. I knew as soon as I got into that petition stuff and I knew, I'm like, oh, he gonna like this drop. So it had to flow the way it's flowing because what those two brothers just put out,
yeah,
that's what they're behind the scenes trying to scramble.
Right.
But we see, we over here, we already know what y'all trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah,
the gig is
them
up.
Brothers have got it. Yeah, them brothers are
them brothers are tight.
Yeah,
they're very, very sharp because Brother Kui Mayo, he sat in on that panel on Top Cat's video and he came back. His brain must have been twirling and he dropped that vid that night. I woke up in the morning with my coffee, baby, with my legs crossed. And I'm like, oh, let me hurry up and go to these couple of meetings so I can get back to this drop that Brother Kui Mayo. I had to go run and remake me a fresh motherfucking cup of coffee, baby, for that. So them brothers dropped that right there. Was very, very timely.
Yeah,
very
but you
timely.
had already said about the Freedmen, though.
Yeah. I had already said it because I saw it in the records.
Yeah.
But I like that Brother Kui Mayo, he brings them receipts.
Yeah.
That's why I can sit back and I don't be sicking nobody on nobody. But I'm just saying, you come with any of us with that fuckery, you gonna get that work. And I'm far from claiming that I know everything. But I know some people that know, and they gonna bring that information out, and you gonna get that work. That's the bottom line. Shit. So
they've done an excellent job, and I like the fact that he's showing the records. That's what I mean. When I'm doing due diligence, I always like to put the information that's out there. I like the fact that brother showed the receipts, fam. The thing is, if I've got a whole talk I can do on this black and white nonsense with this racial stuff, and we're using etymology. And I'll destroy this black and white construct.
Right. Exactly.
Completely. You know what I mean? I'll be going back and showing you what how it's done over here in England, because obviously the language we're using is English, and it's actually over here. But those concepts can be destroyed using Oxford dictionaries and the English manual of styles and the rules of governing language. We could kill that stuff. So even this black and white nonsense, that's why I'm glad he goes into the records and just shows it, because and even one reference that he uses that I do use, he referenced White Cargo, the book. Yep. I've actually got that book, because it's another book I've got as well. So he's on point with what he knows. The brother's on point, so it's good. Yeah. That's what we need. That kind of research we do is we bring receipts. PhD, we're over in grad school.
Exactly, we're PhD level. That's why I rock with them. I rock with Brother Kui Mayo. I rock with Brother Top Cats. And folks have gotten be kind of on the slide, be upset with me. Well, why you ain't mentioning so and so? First of all, baby, I don't know so and so like that. First of all, I don't know so and so like that. I told you who I know like that. And second of all, I promote who I want to promote. I rocks with who I want to rock with. I know what I'm doing over here. So yeah, they're on point. They're definitely on point. So thank you, Brother Odel. So I know you got to get your day started. We so appreciate your time. I'm so glad you were able to come in and put something on it. And hopefully we, schooled another youngin' tonight in the chat. Okay, baby. So, I hope you picked up just a little bit of what we were saying. It's going to take you a couple go rounds to get what we're saying. And that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, shout out to everybody in the chat as well. And I'll be back with you next week. I'll just make sure I have my stuff, but it's here, it's ready.
Sure.
But I definitely want to touch on there's some of this demographic stuff we mentioned and a few other bits and pieces and tie up a few bits, but We'll do that next week. I think we needed to have the rant tonight. I enjoyed during the week that you did with the Fed Reserve. I definitely want to touch an aspect of that as well. That's tied in with what's going on over here. But the joint you did with the Fed Reserve was on point as well. So I had to say that I enjoyed watching the drop.
Okay, all right. And Nisi Pooh said, "Love you, Brother Odel. Enjoy your day."
I will do. I love you as well, Nisi Pooh. I'll speak soon. Hopefully Scott will be back with us as well at some point.
Yeah, he been working, so we gotta let that baby get his ends.
Yeah.
See, my son understands that is fiat. See, my son and my nephews now and my nieces, they understand that that's fiat. Okay. Okay, precious. Like we say in the South when you schooling somebody. Okay, precious. Because my baby's intelligent. They learned it did. Okay. All right. Thank you, Brother Odel. Get some rest, brother.
I will do. we'll be in touch.
Okay. Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Peace and love, fam. I just want to say thanks to the mods for coming out, showing their respects, keeping the chat clean. Thanks for Brother Odel for showing up, showing out. Appreciate Top Cat and Brother Mayo for their research and their time that tapping in and bringing us this information. Really appreciate that. Overall, I just want to say we have to work towards becoming the best versions of ourselves, because what I've learned is that this is all a distraction, and it's all necessary for their games to work. If we don't know who we are, if we don't take account to what they're doing and what their accounts that they're accessing, then their game continues without us even knowing what's going on. And based upon how we started the conversation with basically the ratchetness from Mr. Cannon, if we stay on that type of vibe, if we stay on that vibe, then their fuck shit continues without a beat.
That's
We
right.
already see they're playing the game of white and black, and we're caught up in the skin color when we know it's about status. So that in itself is the game, that the front game that they're playing with us, the white and black game. When we all know that the government that we're claiming has the right to do whatever they're doing, they lost all their sovereignty back in 1933.
Right.
So once we know the game, once you know the players of the game, it becomes very easy to realize, once again, are you a part of this game? Do you want to be a part of this game? Yes. We see that our brother Scotty is right now hustling for that fiat, but we understand he's hustling for the fiat. As long as we understand that concept, it's not as different where a person saying they'll do whatever for the fiat. They'll sign whatever for the fiat. We know Brother Scotty's still representing his how can I say, his culture within that environment. He hasn't conformed just for that fiat where others have. And that's where you're losing your soul in this situation. You're selling your soul for that fiat. You're saying, I'm going to conform just for that fiat. And that's what's making us continue this perpetual bullshit, because all this could stop immediately.
Indeed.
If we just rewrite or go back to what we should be doing. If we tap back into what we should be tapped into, their entire system dissolves. We're the ones that's giving it attention. Thus, we're the ones that's perpetuating the bullshit. And it's getting worse. Our children don't know any better. And if we didn't have aunties and uncles like Brother Sean and Auntie Sandra and Auntie Rhonda, a lot of us would be lost, because it's through the wisdom of the elders that we're getting this insight. And because we're tapping in, we're realizing we should trust ourselves more, because that insight is correct. We're on point. We're in the right place at the right time. We're hearing the right things and when we should. So let's tap into what we should be doing and stop with their fuck shit. Because like I said, today, it's not even today. Yesterday it was Corona. We're going to die. Now it's monkeypox.
Mm-hmm.
What else is tomorrow? Like, you guys got to understand, it's a perpetual fear game that they've been playing with us for time. I can go back to 9/11. Let's go back to 9/11. Oh, not even that. Y2K. They were telling us all the computers were going to fall. Stop and right? So you can see the perpetual bullshit continuing. This time they fucked up. Like, Corona was like the last real effort they had at getting it right.
Mm-hmm.
Now with all the cracks and like, so now the conversations that are being articles that are being read on air live, they can't say anything to us now. It's about who knows. If you don't know, well, like the young lady told us, she just wants the fiat. Well, you'll get the fiat, honey. We love you. With that said, I love your reflection. Again, to everyone that's in the chat, make sure you subscribe if you haven't done so. Hit up the Cashapp, Money Sign Rhonda, and Venmo, whatever you got to Venmo. Once again, we love you. Give thanks.
All right. Thank you, nephew. Thank you. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Yes, I do. It's been a pleasure as usual. Thank you, Brother Odel.
Thank you.
Appreciate his wisdom and his knowledge. You know what? You said earlier that they'd be listening to us, right? And last week I was talking about the intuition and the fifth dragon.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And so, I had to explain it to you. Right.
Yeah.
So when I went and listened to the news of the Real American News and stuff like that, They said their defense is going to be about the Middle Ages. I'm going with the Middle Ages, the Middle Ages. And I said, what? And I started cracking up. Because if they do go with the Middle Ages, they will bring up the reasons why they shouldn't be in the predicament that they're in. But I'm just saying, they listen to us, obviously. So I kept hearing the word Middle Ages this week. So I said, And since you say they listen as well, tonight that confirmed that you know it as well, because they pay attention to what we're saying here. They really do. And they know who we say we are. And I don't know what we're going to get at. We're not going to get much out of this new government or this one that we're in right now. But they do know that their debt tally is really come to pay up time.
Right.
So, yeah, I think they know that. And I think it's, they have to bring those things into terms with their way they think now, because they keep thinking it's false narrative, our history, but really their history is the false narrative. And you can prove it with the Curry Mayo piece. And Curry Mayo, I loved him. I was listening to him all the time. And they maybe one of these days they'll understand. If you check them records, you gonna find out who you really are. Just like we check the records to find out who they hid from us, and now we know who we are. And Princess, she is, I know where she's studying from, but you know, that kind of stuff is not going to get her freedom. And she has her paperwork through, but there's no such thing as paperwork when you're under admiralty law. And this is what the problem is with the court system. They're under constitutional guidelines, like Article 1, 2, and 3 is under Article 1, 2, and 3 courts. So whatever the Constitution lines up with, the court system lines up with. And they don't have a court system in this system to grant her anything, because they don't have that set up for us, just like they don't have us part of the citizenship. We're 3/4 human, and they don't have us part of the citizenship of this country.
Right. So, and I don't want to be no citizen, no way.
No, the U.S. is defunct. Period.
Right. Because again, you are a prisoner of war on every level.
Right.
On a physical and spiritual level. Period. Yeah. So, thank you so much, sis. And you know you done started the conversation, the auntie and aunt conversation. Child, I don't even know how we were starting off good. Oh, it was the other sis that brought up Dirty Dick Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Dirty Dick Nick.
I was like, whoa.
So, DDN, you nasty fucker. But anyhow, it was that sis that brought it up, and child. But I mean, apparently, you know, auntie and uncle had to have this conversation about washing your motherfucking parts. About washing your sexual organs and your parts. So it is what it is. We talking grown folk at that. Ought to be ashamed of yourself. So thank you, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family? Oh, damn. Oh, okay, there you are. I thought you got muted again.
Yeah. Interesting times, family. What should be of the utmost interest is your healing. When do you put in your time and energy on you? I understand knowing your lineage, but once you know that, what do you do with that?
Right.
Who are you in this present moment, not who are your ancestors, who are you? Again, what is your legacy?
Right.
Did you fulfill your purpose? Did you break the generational curses that you are a part of? You're not here to break everybody else's generational curse. You here to clean up your part in this fuckery. I can't do it for you. Rhonda can't. Odell, Sis Sandra, Brother Nuwa, Sis Tamika. Can't none of us do for you what you have to do for yourself. You say that you're a part of this nation or that nation, or that you're indigenous to mama. That should show through your actions.
That's right.
That should show in the very essence of your being, if you are who and what you say you are. You shouldn't be caught up in color, because it's all about energy. We can keep falling for these traps that they've put in place for us. And it's all about your energy. That's the only bag that they're after. Your soul. That is the greatest gift. That is the greatest power.
That's right.
That is the eternal source that never ends. And you simply tuning in to higher frequencies and that which already is. You don't have to want for nothing. But if you're not on that frequency of creating or being able to go into higher frequencies, you'll continue to be a slave. You'll continue to have bills. You'll continue to have debt.
Yep.
If they're doing everything backwards, we originally had a debt-free society. We didn't have to work. This concept of work as we know it is slavery.
Yeah.
It's to keep you distracted from your true purpose. It's to keep your energy bound in a cycle of feeding. Because that's all they're doing is feeding off you.
Right.
I don't care how they present something, what type of hoops or mazes they get you to run. It's all for them to feed.
That's right. Indeed. All right. Thank you, Brother Sean. So, fam, thank you all so much. Thank you for the fam in the chat.
Yes.
As usual, you all were dropping great information. So we truly, truly appreciate it. We appreciate you. So thank you so much to the fam in the chat. Okay. So, of course, thank you to Brother Odell, our cousin from the UK, for coming over, taking out his precious, quote, quote, energy to join us and put something on it. So thank you, Brother Odell. So appreciated. Thank you to Auntie Sandra, for her scarf moment. You know, for keeping it real, because we got the S-Ainies keep it real to these youngins, and it ain't gonna be pretty, okay? So, you know, Auntie Sandra brings it to you nice. I'm just gonna bring it to you raw. It is what it is, okay?
Yeah.
So, you know, it is what it is. So thank you, sis, for the auntie moment. It's much needed. We appreciate it. Okay. So
my pleasure.
So thank you to
anything to help.
Right. So we'll see what you come up with next week. And I'm just loving it, baby, because you coming in your own. She coming out that corner, goddammit. She coming out that corner and she's swinging. So I'm loving it. And so shout out to nephew Nuwa. Thank you, beloved, for coming on the panel with us as well. Just so proud of you. You're hanging in there. You're getting it. You're getting it. I see you. So shout out to nephew. Okay. And then shout out to Brother Sean, you know, always silent and, you know, just cool even, but he be putting them jabs on out there. So shout out to Unc. He got to give y'all the Unc moments, and he keeps it raw now. I ain't finna sit up here and lie. He ain't finna sugarcoat nothing for you, none of that. Okay? Because he done told y'all he been up in them streets, so you ain't finna come run no type of game on him. So shout out to Brother Sean / Unc.
That was a lot of information, huh? All them women in those projects.
You weren't supposed to know them.
You know, I'ma set the project stuff aside, baby. I'm still tripping on the strip club information. I'm gonna have to get my little self together after I get off this air, because, child, clutch pearls. So shout out to Brother Sean. Great information. Okay. All right. And then shout out to the YouTube fam that's rocking with us. I saw y'all dropping in and out. And I saw y'all coming back in. Now they off for talking about the dirty vajayjays and peens. Oh no, they ass still on it. Let me drop off. Oh, okay. Now they on some information. So we saw you, boo. So shout out to you all as well, the audience. Okay. All right. So the final words, again, fam. This is whatever you want it to be. It's just that simple. You have all the control. Do you love you? Love yourself enough to free you and hence free your bloodline. Okay? You have the choice in the matter. It's all up to you. Create the reality. Create the world you want to live in. You can do it. Okay? Yeah. So we'll be back next Thursday, fam. I don't know what we gonna drop in between on the podcast, child. I'm trying to get back on the steward stuff, but had to interrupt with Big Daddy Jerome Powell stuff this little week. So maybe I'll get back on the steward stuff next week. So with that said, fam, love you all very much. We are Truth Uncompromised Show. Peace and love, family.
Wholeness and power.
Peace and love. Good one.